Okay, we're live. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Bonds.
Mr. Bond.
So,
the name's
welcome,
Bond.
everybody.
James Bond.
Oh, yes. Welcome to this.
I can
special...
do it. I can do the single eyebrow raise.
Welcome to this special
tried.
live stream where today we are
Watching
going to be
the
talking.
proof.
Well, to celebrate the release of the new Bond game, First Light, we are going to be doing a reflection on the Daniel Craig era of James Bond movies. All 5 of his movies from his tenure, starting with Casino Royale, then Quantum Solace, Skyfall, Spectre, and finishing with No Time to Die. And with Bond 26 on the way in the hopefully next couple of years, with a new actor, and First Light being an origin story in the games, this would be an appropriate time to reflect on the previous era of James Bond. So yeah, I'm joined today by Harry Thomas, who's a regular here.
Hello.
And also my good friend Nick Payne, or Nicholas Payne.
Hello.
The guy in the Star Wars shirt.
Yeah, I'm wearing this because I saw The Mandalorian and Grogu today.
What did you think?
I thought it was good, but I thought it, really a really good film. But I do agree with you, Harry, that it does feel like I haven't seen the Mandalorian series, but it does feel like episodes from what was going to be series 4, and they kind of merged the plot lines together, and a bit like with Moana 2, by the sounds of it.
I would
think
agree
this
with
one
that.
flows better. Yeah, this one flows better than Moana 2.
I saw
Because
it
Moana 2 for me, half of that feels like a remake of the first one. And funny enough, we've got another remake coming up later this year, so hopefully the third one will be a bit more original.
Yeah,
but yeah, so I think Mandalorian did that better.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will be joined by Louis in about 20 minutes. So by that time, 3 of us would have probably spoken about the first film. So yeah, we have got one more guest joining us. His name is Louis, and he has been on before. So there will be 4 of us talking about these. So the way we're going to do this is to rotate between each person. So we'll start with Nick. So we will jump straight in, Nick, with you. And if you can, lads, try and keep it concise as much as possible. So yeah, jump in with Casino Royale, the 2006 one, not the parody.
Not the parody, no. And not the TV version either, no. The 2006 one, and easily the best one. Easily the best film version. Like, there's no contest.
Yeah, and welcome back, Martin Campbell.
Woo! Yeah, one of the best, if not the best, Bond director who brought us the magnificent masterpiece known only as GoldenEye a few years before, and he comes back to wave his magic wand again. With GoldenEye, that was a soft reboot for the series after it went dormant for a few years after MGM and had some financial difficulties and Eon had some financial difficulties after License to Kill didn't do as well. And then obviously the Bond franchise was rejuvenated with GoldenEye. Now, 2006, I should say, back in 2006, we're doing it again, but this time it's a hard reboot because they decided to go for more of a harder restart rather than GoldenEye, which did and the Brosnan era carrying on from where they left off, but it was updated, etc. But now we're starting from the beginning again.
Yeah, this was the film to follow Die Another Day, so no pressure.
No pressure. I mean, Die Another Day did run at the time, but obviously over the couple of years, it got the reputation. I think it's got more of a negative reputation now, but of course, when Casino Royale was being developed, it was going to be like the response to Die Another Day. You know, when some Bond films go a bit too silly, or a bit too over the top, like Beyond the Twice, Moonraker, Die Another Day. They decide, maybe Golden Gun as well, View to a Kill. They decide to go back to basics. They go back to the kind of the more serious stuff, and then you get films
like to ground it.
Service, The Spy Who Loved Me, For Your Eyes Only, Living Daylights, GoldenEye. Oh, hang on, no, that was after License to Kill. Sorry, ignore that one.
Anyway. So it's not uncommon, basically.
For Your Eyes Only is probably the best example of that. And then, after going maybe a bit too far into silly, over-the-top stuff, because by the looks of it, if we go with the games as well, Everything or Nothing was going very sci-fi as well. Then they decided it was time to obviously go back to Ian Fleming, go back to what the books, go back to the as Timothy Dalton says in the Everything or Nothing documentary, what is it that makes these films so special? You've got to go back to the beginning, and then go to
Not a
describe.
Superman.
Yeah, but Dalton describes him as a kind of the meanest, toughest hero we've ever seen. So we're going back to that, but obviously updated for 2006, which is, I think we got it perfect. I think
let me ask you a question, Nick. Do you think that Casino Royale owes a bit of a kinship to the Bourne movies? Because I feel like there was a bit of inspiration in terms of the gritty action and the kind of brutality. Because you feel it; it hurts when you watch.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think even if Die Another Day hadn't gone as silly as it had done, it's the Brosnan era is still, besides maybe GoldenEye, is still a little less darker and realistic compared to the books.
But
the
as a response to License to Kill. So it's like everything they do is responding to what's come before and how
GoldenEye kind of got the balance because it was originally intended for Dalton. That one got the balance. And I think Live and Let Die also got the balance as well. We're starting it with Roger Moore, but still picking up from where it left off with Sean Connery. And Diamonds Are Forever was a comedy as well, in a way. So, which I suppose could be a response to Majesties. But with Casino Royale 06, the Bourne definitely did some sort of influence on that, even if Die Another Day hadn't gone super silly. And I think going for the tougher, darker reboot, much like what Batman was doing with Batman Begins, it was trying to go going back to that. Especially as they're adapting the first book, which they got the rights to back in 1999. So they had the rights back. Obviously, they wanted to do something else for the 20th anniversary, the 20th film, and Walter Enough was in development for the 19th. So they put it on the back burner, but they had it ready to adapt at a later date. And whilst the 40th anniversary probably would have been a great time of the films, and the year before the 50th of the books, of that book especially, would have been a good time. It was probably the right idea to hold off for the 21st film, especially as they would end up doing a hard reboot and starting again with a fresh new actor, because it is the first book. And whilst Bond in the film is just starting, I suppose in the book where he's had like at least a year of experience.
That was the only problem. They had to let go of Pierce Brosnan.
That's the one downside. But I mean, we got Daniel Craig out of it, so in terms of the actors, it worked out in the end. But it was in terms of letting Pierce go, that was a downside. More so of how they do it. How they did it was a bit of a downside. But to be honest, I don't really think there's been, apart from Daniel Craig, I don't think there's been and Roger Moore. I think sometimes the actors parting ways hasn't always been the best terms or the best reasons.
Yeah,
Dalton tried not to come back because they wanted him to do multiple more films, and he only wanted to do like one or two more. Lazenby, of course, had bad advice. Connery had beef with the producers the first time he left, and then he came back just for the one other one. Besides Daniel Craig, because they planned out his exit, the only one who left on more kind of good terms was Roger Moore, because by that point, that was more his decision to go after A View to a Kill. And then, of course, Daniel Craig's, it was planned. Well, quote, planned. But yeah, Pierce, they let him go. They decided to bring in a new actor to play the role. But as disappointing as that is, Pierce leaving, getting a new guy in for a hard reboot was the right call. If they did Casino Royale with Pierce Brosnan, it probably still would have been a masterpiece. But I think being the start of a new era as a whole, not just the new actor's tenure, but also a new start of the new timeline, adds in its favor.
Yeah, because it's very stripped back. There's no campiness, there's no silliness, there's no gadgets, there's no Q and Moneypenny. It's all very
It's literally back to basics, literally stripped back. In the books, Q doesn't really turn up until Goldfinger. No, Dr. No, sorry. He doesn't really turn up till Dr. No in the books, which is the sixth one. Moneypenny, by the way, is less prevalent in the books. I think they merged her and Bond's secretaries in the books into one character for the films. But as you say, they're not in this one. They don't come back till Skyfall. And he's just Bond and M as Judi Dench's back. So that's the only familiar element from the previous films, because we are literally starting again.
Yeah.
But based on the first book. So that's brilliant
It was
launching
ideal.
pad. It's the perfect launching pad, aside from maybe a story set before it, like Forever and a Day, the prequel novel from 2018. That's the only
Yeah.
other one I would say outside of the original story of a launching pad would be an adaptation of that, and of Casino Royale. And then anything else like First Light would have to be something a bit more original. Maybe
Yeah.
incorporate elements of those, but and I think because of that, it works out. I think it adds to its favour. So I think that's why it works so well, is because it is being a hard reboot in a new era, but directed by the same guy who helped usher in the previous era, and also a bit more inspired by Bourne and a couple of other stuff going on. This is like Die Another Day sort of references 9/11 briefly, with a line by M about the world changing whilst Bond is away, but this is the first proper one developed post 9/11, because they were in pre-production or production of Die Another Day when that happened, and I think this is the first one in response to that. So this is definitely this is Bond for the post 9/11 age, and they were following up from that, as well as the dark and gritty early to mid 2000s era sort of stuff that was going on, because early 2000s has a lot of campy films, and I think Die Another Day is definitely a product of its time. Later on, going into the middle of the decade, things get more dark and gritty and serious, like Batman Begins, and you can kind of see a shift in some like genres and some movie trends. And I think Casino Royale, again, like following on from Bourne and Batman Begins, is definitely following in that slipstream. And Quantum of Solace, when we get to that, even more so. So we're going to have a lot more Bourne comparisons with that one when we get to that film. And then
so
regarding
as for the movie itself,
oh, it's fantastic.
One of the best.
Oh yeah. I've done a ranking back in 2022. I haven't put it out yet, but I have finished editing it, but I haven't put it out yet. Spoiler alert, I rank it third out of 25. And in fact, if we're counting the unofficials, third out of 27.
Nice.
So, whilst Die Another Day comes in 22nd.
Whoa.
And I'm one of the people who doesn't hate it.
Yeah, but do you want to talk more about the specific details of the movie, of Casino Royale, in terms of like the story, the characters, the editing, all of the, like as you would in a review?
Okay, well, first things first, obviously it's based on the book, but modernized. And I think Neil Purvis, Robert Wade, and Paul Haggis massively adapt the book from its original story, but bring it to the 2005, 2006 age, because you can tell when reading the book and watching the film that that's the same or similar, but also that bit's updated for the present day. Harry Thomas, for instance, you'll like the fact that because there's a 53-year gap between them, the female characters are much better written in the newer films. I've not shied away about that when critiquing.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, where I've not shied away about that when critiquing the books. Not that them can't write female characters, but it doesn't, like most of the time, not well as the men. And then you get to the film, Casino Royale. In the book, Vesper's more passive. Like, she doesn't really get a huge amount of involvement. The twist with her at the end is still the same, and you still got the reveal about that, minus the way of how she dies. But she doesn't really have as much to do in the book. She's kind of just a little bit there. More characters later on will get a bit more to do, like Honey Rider, Vivian Michelle, of course, from Spy Who Loved Me. Even Solitaire, I think, gets more to do in the next one, actually. And Gala Bland from Moonraker. And Tiffany Case is quite a spunky character. But Vesper is one of the doesn't really do an awful lot in the book, outside of the twist reveal and Bond falling in love with her prior to that. But in the film, she's one of the best written characters of the series, and also they got Eva Green to play her, so that adds an extra 1,000 points on top of that, because Eva Green is perfect in the role. like you're not even watching a character at this point. You're just you are watching. You're not even watching an actor playing a character. You are watching a character, and I think the chemistry with her and Daniel Craig is even. I would say even better than. It makes the dynamic even better than the Bond Tracy relationship in Majesties, and that one was improved in the film as well. And that was 1969. That was only 6 years between the book and the film. This one's got over 50, and I think the film did it better there as well. But because of George Lazenby not quite being as great of an actor as the other 5 actors, or even I would say all David Niven, but then again in Casino Royale 67, less so maybe. Actually, might give it to Lazenby on that one. But yeah, because it's George Lazenby as opposed to Sean Connery or Timothy Dalton or Roger Moore, the chemistry is there. But I think with Daniel Craig and Eva Green, like there is no words. It's the perfect match. I don't think there's ever been a Bond and Bond woman / girl actor and actress pairing that snaps and works as well as that.
Yeah, can I add to your point about that? Because the dialogue is brilliant. The dialogue they share between each other is very natural, and the fact that also like they challenge each other quite a lot. She challenges him quite a lot on his behavior because he's very arrogant in his mannerisms and the way he's playing the game, and she's trying to remind him of his responsibility that there are lives on the line. But you can see why they fall in love with each other. It is, as you say, a very genuine chemistry. Whereas in Majesties, the lovers are separate for a good chunk of the movie, so it's not quite as strong, but it's still good. But it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's quite as strong as the Craig and Vesper.
Yeah, that's another. I just remembered another change that they did for the book to film. In the book, Vesper's a agent working with Station. I want to say Station S, but I think they're set in France in the book, so it might be Station F. In the film, she's part of the Treasury, so she knows more about the money in this one. So I think that kind of helps with her character by making her part of the Treasury sent on this mission, and therefore it puts a bit more stakes in terms of the finance angle, considering MI6 would be directly financing terrorism if Bond loses the game and the chief wins. Of course, Lashie's reasons in this are different to in the book. I won't go into that because it's a bit more adult content there, and so we'll keep this a bit more clean. But in this one, it's
basically he owes a lot of people money, doesn't he?
Yeah, but basically, yeah. In the film, it's because he gambles a lot. He's a consistent gambler. Whilst in the book, it was financing naughty stuff in France that ended, and then there's some regulations on that. So he's lost a lot of money, so now he has to play the game. And now here, he's gambled away terrorists' money and Quantum's money in stocks for airline, like betting on Skyline's finances dropping after the terrorist attack. As they mentioned 9/11 here again for that, something similar. He seems to have bet on that on 9/11 happenings, and then Skyline was going to be something similar, but with Bond's interference, the chief ends up losing the money because Skyline doesn't lose stocks or shares, etc., because the terrorist attack was foiled. So now he owes lots of people lots of money, as he said. By the way, the adult content, by the way, was investment in brothels, just to clarify that for the book. So when I say adult content, I'm talking about brothels, the book. But yes, with the chief, by the way, they've changed him to be more of a kind of because in the book he's described as a kind of fatter character, with something more akin to what Orson Welles played or Peter Lorre in the other versions, and it's constantly sweating. Matt Mikkelsen's a bit more younger in this version, but he seems to play kind of like a
sinister
kind of I was going to say younger kind of mathematicianal character. He's still got the inhaler, which is from the book. I think he sweats in the film as well. Maybe not as much. And he's
quite a sort of nervous character, but he's sort of quietly intimidating as well.
Yeah.
Certainly with the torture scene.
Yeah, he's got the cut on the eye. Oh, that's straight from the book. Minus the fact that he used a rope instead of a carpet beater, which I think is actually more nasty, a rope, the tied up rope. That's
Yeah.
more nasty, whacking it down there than a carpet beater. So, but otherwise, that's taken straight from the book. We're going to make a couple book to film comparisons, which is good because you're doing an adaptation. You don't want to completely rewrite it, which they do sometimes in these. But in terms of directly adapting it, it is a very strong adaptation of taking it and moving it to the present day and then just changing a few other bits, but also staying truthful for it. So again, I suppose this is one of the strongest book to film adaptations, or at the very least in this series.
Yeah, and in terms of like the character of Bond and his journey in the movie, could you elaborate on your thoughts on that?
Well, this is more so. This is now more to do with the whole reboot angle, where we're starting again, because we're starting with. He's not a young actor. Daniel Craig was in his late 30s when he was cast, so we're not going as young as say Patrick Gibson is, or even George Lazenby.
Yeah.
Or even Sean Connery. But in terms of the character, we are at the start of him getting his number. He's about in the pre-titles basically show his first 2 kills, which second guy is from the book. The first one's different. In the book, it was a Japanese cipher. Whilst this guy looks like he's Indian. They're in Pakistan, so it might be a Pakistani contact.
The guy in the bathroom. Basically.
Exactly, yeah. But the second guy from the book was a double agent that Bond kills in Stockholm, I think. In this film's case, it's a double agent killed in Prague. So this character represents that. But it is 2 really cold kills, especially the second guy. Fisher, I believe his character is called. Bond basically just doesn't even let him finish talking. He knows he's going to die. He knows he's running out. He just wants to maybe have a little chat first because his gun's out of bullets. Bond's taken those. So he knows it's happening. He just wants maybe not just talk on a little bit longer, maybe see why Bond, get to know Bond a bit more in terms of what he's about. He's not going to ask about his day-to-day life before he dies, obviously, but in terms of understanding him. But Bond's to quote Calvin Dyson, "Nah, I'm bored now." Bang. I think that was in in Bond introduction videos, a video by Calvin about that bit, where he says Bond is "I'm bored now," shoots the guy, and. Yeah, I think that, as well as, Fisher does have a family pay a portrait on the thing. So he's obviously not an awful guy. He's probably getting money. He was getting money on the sideline. But because he was selling secrets, he was assassinated by his own government. But we can tell he probably wasn't an awful person just from that. But it does show Bond at this point in time as a ruthless, cold-blooded killer who is going to have to go on a bit of a character journey, which is what this film and these films and just as a whole are going to help teach us.
Yes. Not to rush you, but it's 10 to 9. So if you want to go at 11:30, we got to sort of... Yeah, and there's 3 more of us to talk about the first film. So...
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to hand it over to the next person.
No, it's fine. Because the way we normally do it here is we sort of summarize what we like, what we don't like. We rate the film and then we hand over. But if there's anything you want to say, feel free to continue saying. But I'm just making you aware of the time because I know you said you had to go at 11:30.
Well, I said I didn't want to be too late because people will be going about bed around then. I would say that the cinematography and the editing is some of the best of the whole series, especially the films either side. We might get to Quantum more later. But Die Another Day has a lot of both slowed down and fast-paced editing. The slow-mo first came in with License to Kill. Tomorrow Never Dies has some as well.
The Die Another Day one is strange because you've got footage from the movie as well. So,
I'm not the titles, I mean slow-mo. License has 1 or 2 moments. Tomorrow Never Dies has it a few times. Die Another Day, they decide to have slow-mo and also sped up shots. So sometimes it does look a bit odd in places. Again, it's product of the time of the early 2000s. Quantum's editing, on the other hand, we can touch more on that later when we get to that film. But compared to the two films I've decided, especially the next one, Casino Royale is a masterpiece in editing and cinematography as well. Actually, whilst we're on
And
that,
for its length as well, it's one of the longest
yeah.
of the series. It's yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would say it flies by, but you know, it takes 50 minutes for Bond to meet Vesper and the main plot to be going.
It's brisk.
But you're,
yeah.
but you're having a great time with it anyway. It doesn't really matter that you're 50 minutes in and they've only now just gotten to Montenegro, which is where Casino Royale is now being set, not France. So even though it's 50 minutes, who gives a crap? It's great. And the best part is it's like what is it, 142 minutes. You got an hour and 25-ish minutes left. So yeah, and it doesn't drag at all. I don't know. I don't think any of them drag too much. I mean,
Can I also mention the card game? The editing of the card game is excellent.
I think that's the best bits. That's the
Considering
best.
Considering that, I don't know about you guys, but I don't understand how poker works. So for someone who doesn't understand the game, I was gripped. I was really gripped because I was focusing on the lead characters who were pitting against each other, Bond and Lashif, and then obviously there's interjections and interruptions in between, so they break up the game. But even so, it was still very intense.
Well, with the assassination attempt, there is an assassination attempt in the book, and they do say that it does take place over a few nights. And so that does get broken up a little bit as well. But I think they break it up more structurally better in the film. The assassination attempt is also different and better. It does add more time, but it does raise the stakes a bit more because of Lashif's girlfriend poisoning the martini. Whilst in the book, it's just a guy pointing a gun behind Bond while sitting in his hotel room. According to What's the Difference? I can't remember. It's Cinefix, I believe they did. What's the Difference? And apparently it was just a guy standing behind Bond, sitting in his chair. That was the assassination attempt in the book. Whilst in the film, it's an attempted poisoning. And Harry Thomas, that's another female character getting really good use in the film. Although we don't really know what happens. I presume she dies. That brings me to the ending. Although we could talk about that later if you guys wanted to avoid the biggest spoilers.
Well, I mean, it's been 20 years, so I'm sure.
Yeah, well, 20s. All right. Well, that ending. Yeah, the ending basically we got a bit more with the climax in Venice. Whilst in the book, it's the suicide of Vesper is sleeping pills and a note, or a confession note. Whilst in the film, they decide, let's make the most out of this. And, it's not just her feeling guilty and getting melancholy, which is fine for a book in the 50s. I'm not going to criticize that ending too much. But I think the film, because of the journeys the characters have been going on, I think it does add that extra layer. Because Vesper is going through with her giving the money out, which didn't happen in the book. Bond follows, he sees what's happening, and then all that love for her and the truth coming out. Yeah, it happens quite quickly, and he's tragic. He's probably prepared to kill her in that moment, as he says. Then we get to the whole stuff in the house stuff, and she gets locked in the lift thing, and he probably changes his mind and tries to rescue her, but she decides, no, I betrayed the second love of my life, because for what we find out. And she locks herself in the lift, and that's actually...
It's also... Isn't it also because, she'd know that they would still come after her?
Yeah.
So I guess she thought there was no other way but then to let herself die, because...
Yeah, both sides would... Yeah, if Bond didn't kill her there and then, she'd either be killed by the baddies or taken into custody. So, yeah.
Or taken to Blofeld.
Well, I don't know if the villains decide to keep her alive. But Mr. White gets what he wants in the end, for a bit. I think it's a more powerful ending of Bond. Witness in the film version, he witnesses Vesper's betrayal. He wants to kill her, but then she gets trapped. So he wants to rescue her. She decides, no, I'm gonna drown. and that basically, and Bond's a bit more shattered. He's a bit more upset, emotionally, as well as also betrayed.
Yeah.
And I think the conversation with them also helps as well. It kind of helps clear up a lot of things. But as Cinefix video said, the film goes one step further with the ending by having Bond then go to Vesper does leave him a message about Mr. White. So he goes to find Mr. White, and we get the awesome final shot, that awesome final moment. Mr. Bond, I shall let you have the pleasure of quoting it.
Oh yes, when he calls Mr. White on the phone, and White answers and says, "Hello, who is this, Mr. White? We need to talk." Bang! Then the music kicks in, and White's crawling on the floor.
Yeah.
And you just see the legs step onto the steps, and then the camera pans up, and then he says, "The name's Bond, James Bond," and that's the last line of the film, and it's perfect.
I think for the first film for an actor's tenure, that's the most satisfying final scene, the most satisfying final shot. Like Doctor No, it's setting up the precedent. Majesty's is very different because that is a sad end, but it doesn't have a follow-up scene like this one. Due to Live and Let Die and Living Daylights and Goldeneye carrying on kind of tradition, although Live and Let Die does have like the Baron Samedi as well, so that's an extra bit for that.
But let's keep focus on Casino Royale. So, but the ending of that and saving the Bond theme at the very end is perfect.
Point is, the ending of this one is probably the most satisfying of any first installment for any actor.
Yeah.
Or start of new, and maybe even for any of the films in general. It's one of the most because it is the start of the new reboot. It's incredibly satisfying hearing Bond say the line, the music kicking in. Even if he's
saving
done
the music to the end was a good choice.
Yeah, and the theme, the main theme for most of the film is the instrumental of "You Know My Name," one of the best songs of the series. Maybe
rest in peace, Chris Cornell. By the way.
Yeah. Yeah, so, that's actually one last thing. That title sequence might actually be the best one as well.
I actually would agree with that.
It's that or Goldeneye, and I think I put this a little bit over. Yeah, I think this is probably best titles and best song.
And it's worthy to note, actually, a rather intentional thing on Kleiman's part.
Yeah.
The Casino Royale titles, Bond steps out the shadows, walks forward, his face is revealed. In the No Time to Die one, he's walking away. He's walking away into the distance. I like that parallel. So we'll talk more about that when we get to No Time to Die. But yeah, we really do. It's 9 o'clock already. We should probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna get another drink.
Nick, if you'd like to summarize and then give your rating.
Casino Royale is a perfect restart to the series, reintroduction, reboot, and basically a perfect film. Full stop. It's got everything you want plus a little bit more. It is maybe a little dark and gritty for some people, but I think it's something that grows on people over time, and it's definitely. And I think when looking through those angles, it is definitely an incredibly significant one. There's a reason why so many people cite it as one of, if not the best film of the series. It's many people's favourites, or a favourite, including ours, and it's heavily praised. And also, I was going to mention the box office. Actually, that's not as relevant, but it did really well, by the way. But yeah, I think it really helps relaunch Bond into the 21st century more so than it already had previously with Waltzing on Earth and Die Another Day. I think this is where Bond really stepped into the new era, the new century. We're about to have another one, so I think this is definitely a great for the first quarter of the 21st century. This is a great start to this run of films. This is easily a 10 out of 10, and absolute perfect beginning for Daniel Craig.
And Daniel Craig himself. I don't think you've actually even mentioned him, about his performance.
Oh yeah, it's between this and Skyfall of his best performance. But this one, he's definitely doing a really great job of showing the earlier side of Bond. He's still the ruthless killer, but also the vulnerability, and which ties in with what I was talking about with the chemistry with Eva Green, about how brilliant they tie in together with that. So
great.
He's absolutely, he was definitely the right choice for the role at the time, and all of that hate at the time is completely stupid.
Oh yeah,
it's awful. Absolutely, it's unwarranted. Like, I think once people saw the film,
They were blown
on
away.
board. See, learn your lesson, people. They don't. They never learn the
Don't, yeah.
lessons.
Don't
I'm
judge
sure
until
the
you
next,
see it.
like, I'm more referring to when a new Doctor's cast with that, or
Yeah.
Robert Pattinson with Batman. But yeah, I presume the next Bond actor, I suspect they'll get a bit of flack, but hopefully not as much as Daniel Craig got.
Yeah, they always do. Anyway, thank you, Nick. We'll move on now to
Okay, I'm just going to
Harry's.
pop away for a few minutes.
That's all right. We'll move
I'll
on
be
to
back in a
Harry's assessment. So, Harry, what do you think of Casino Royale?
Well, firstly, happy 20th anniversary, Casino Royale. Wow. I mean, yes, 20 years ago, Craig was Bond, and this movie is Bond royalty. I love it. And this revived the Bond franchise in the best way after the worst Bond film period, Die Another Day, which I agree with you, Ollie. And in fact, I'm happy Pierce Brosnan is gone in general because he's my least favorite Bond. And whereas Daniel Craig is the complete opposite. He's my favorite Bond. And to all those people at the time that said, "Oh, Craig is not Bond," well, how wrong they were. And I think that he's my favorite Bond, as in this film in particular. Well, he's a killer, and he also he brings some real realism to the action scenes after the campy Brosnan era, and this one is a beautiful love story for Bond, showing that his Bond is capable of actual emotion and caring about people. And I also love the opening scene in black and white. I think that was a brilliant decision. And the opening song by Chris Cabwell, Know My Name. I mean,
Chris Cornell, yeah.
Chris Cornell, yeah, thank you for correcting me. Yeah, that song kicks ass. That song rocks, as well as the title sequence, and also Eva Green as Vesper Lynn. She is wonderful, and you really buy that. You really buy the love story between her and Bond, and she and Bond really share that. Well, they not only challenge one another at points, but also that moment when she is terrified in the shower and Bond is comforting her after the assassination attempts. Yeah, that was that was pretty buoyant, and then also. I think, the poker game between Bond and Le Chiffre, it was actually gripping. It was never boring, because there are there's still lots of action going on to keep the suspense going, and especially when Bond is poisoned, and then when Bond has to fend off the assassin on the stairs, and then of course when after the game and Le Chiffre is pissed and he kidnaps Vesper, that he strips Bond naked and literally hits him in the balls, and of course you get one of Daniel Craig's Bond's best lines: "Now the world's gonna know you died scratching my balls." Well, that scene sure had
also,
balls.
I've got a little itch down there. Would you mind?
Oh yeah, I know, right?
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah, and I think Marc Campbell, this is way better direction than his direction for GoldenEye, which I'm sorry, each to their own, but I think GoldenEye is vastly overrated. But still, and the entire third act with Vesper's betrayal of Bond. I mean, yeah, you're left shattered and heartbroken as much as Bond is. Well, and of course the last shot and line when we finally get to hear Craig's Bond say it, the name's Bond, James Bond, right in front of Mr. White. I mean, it has you applauding and it leaves you wanting more. And also Judi Dench's M. Yeah, she is hands down one of the best M's, and I think she's a lot. She's even better here than she was in the Brosnan era, and I love her relationship and banter between her and Craig's Bond. It's you do get a lot of funny moments between them, but also
Bond, don't ever break into my house again.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Like, how does he know all her address and all that? But also, even the opening, even the chase scene in Madagascar, that was pretty awesome. And Le Chiffre as the Bond baddie, I am mixed on. Like, he's not the best Bond antagonist by any means, but Mads Mikkelsen does play him rather well. When you have Grindelwald playing your villain, that's a great casting. But
well, it's better than he is in Indiana Jones.
A hell of a lot, way better than.
He's not traveling in time.
And Doctor Strange, actually, he's better in. He's better here than in Doctor Strange.
No question. But I do think that's my one criticism of this film. I do think Le Chiffre's death is anticlimactic, how he's just taken out so easily. You're like, is that it? Really?
That did happen. That happened in... Well, actually, I was going to say that happened in the book. Actually, he gets a few more seconds.
Really?
In the film... Yeah, because in the book, the KGB guy comes in and says that... and Le Chiffre basically admits that he's guilty of the crimes, and so the KGB guy shoots him. Here... Actually, I think it's better here because he's kind of begging for his life. He's like, I'll get the money, I'll get it. And Mr. White's that money doesn't matter to us as knowing who to trust, and then kills him. So actually, that does sound more effective for the film.
Yeah, and of course, because Mr. White becomes more prominent in Quantum of Solace and Spectre.
Plus the KGB guy's got his face covered.
Oh,
he's just a nameless agent. Here, it's someone
so there'd be no impacts, you know.
Yeah, the only other thing that's impactful is he does a mark on Bond's hand to indicate that he's a spy, that Russian agents will know. The film, it's a guy you've already met. You may not remember, but it's a guy you've already met.
But you will.
And he's going to be important, and he's important for later. So I think this is actually more effective. Come to think, it's more points for the film again.
Great points, But on the whole, Casino Royale, this is how you do a reboot, and this is the far superior version of the two Casino Royale movies. Not that campy 60s unofficial version, which I actually watched both Casino Royale films with my granddad back in the day, and. Even my granddad, he was blown away by this one, and so I will give Casino Royale a very strong 9 out of 10 and 4 stars out of 5. But it's no question.
Would you go for a 4.5 star? Because 4 star indicates 8 out of 10.
I mean, maybe a 4.5. I'd say, but it certainly makes my top 10 Bonds. Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair. You know, Bond gets his balls whacked in this one. We'll be nice. We'll be generous.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Of course.
Funny enough, in the 1954 TV version, he gets Chief uses a nutcracker on his toes. Not for very long, obviously. Vesper cracks. Which is a joke Calvin did, but obviously it was TV. It was toned down, but it's still within torture lines. And it's better than in the Casino Royale 67 film, where Bond is tortured by, as Calvin said in his original review of that, editing.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're
Right.
done, Harry, then I'm going to speak. Louis is on his way,
Yeah.
but he's being held up. So, yeah. Oh, God, it's 9:10. So,
Yeah,
Casino Royale. Well, this is a very special one for me because Daniel Craig is my favorite James Bond, and I will
Mine
die on
too.
the hill. But, yeah, not to say I dislike the others, of course not. But Casino Royale really is an example of not just a great reboot, but a great passion project. You can see they really wanted this to be the best that it could be. And when you go in with that attitude, your outcome, your output, even your final outcome, is always going to be stronger. And I think that's down to a lot of things. It's down to the direction from Martin Campbell, the writing from Purvis Wade and co, and the performance from Daniel Craig, who, let's face it, was met with a lot of backlash and controversy when he was cast, and he did nothing wrong, or he did nothing to deserve that. It was just how people perceived him, how Bond fans perceived him. They're like, oh, he's blonde, oh, he's not right for that, oh, he's not there. So, yeah, but gratefully he chose to ignore that and just carried on making the film that he knew was going to be great, and that's what did it for him. He wasn't sure about doing the Bond role because of the reputation of the series had been very on and off, and the series, well, after Dying of the Day, was left in a very weird place, to say the least. And everyone just saw it as this kind of, at the time anyway, sort of a pastiche and sort of too silly to be taken seriously. But thankfully, Casino Royale really flipped things around. And yeah, it was the best CPR ever for the franchise. But I understand Dying of the Day has its fans, but I just ain't one of them.
Funny enough, you mentioned CPR because they have a scene
Yes.
in that in this film.
Yes.
Going back to
But,
that poison scene.
Yes, but Casino Royale is just a magnificent movie. Even if you weren't a fan of Bond, just as a movie, this is a fantastic film. It is so good, so good. It's briskly edited for 2 hours 24 minutes. The storytelling is amazing. It has one of the most interesting plots of any Bond movie, and it's not one of the most, dare I say, it's not one of the most kind of outlandish plots or kind of large scale plots. I think that's the interesting thing about the Craig movies, is that they kind of go more into the vibe of the classic era. When you get to No Time to Die, the world domination plans become a bit more bigger scale, whereas here I'd argue it's a bit more of an intimate story in the terms of the villain's plan anyway. It's just a guy who owes people a lot of money, as in serious debt. So when people complain about Le Chiffre not being like a top dog or anything, I think that's an invalid criticism, because quite honestly, he was never meant to be, clearly. Clearly there was a bigger set of foes at stake for him. And it's designed to be like a first act of a second part, which obviously is Quantum of Solace. We'll get to that later, and then it becomes a 5-part series, really. But as for this film, the action is incredible. The opening chase in Madagascar is one of my favorite action scenes just in film. It's just so good. Like when they go on that crane, it's all real. It's real. I mean, as much as I value CGI when necessary, it's really refreshing to have some real stunt work, real action. Like, that's the thing about Casino Royale. It hurts. You feel every punch. You feel every kick. You when you see the blood on his face, you're like, wow, dude, you're going through it. You're really going through it. I didn't feel any kind of physicality or weight with some of the previous actors, aside maybe Timothy Dalton and maybe Sean Connery. But a couple of the others, like the action, whilst good, it was a bit weightless in some regards. So it's nice to have a Bond that is more physically suffering, because he is not Superman, as Timothy Dalton says. Also, the score is completely kick-ass. David Arnold's score is amazing. The song "You Know My Name," it's a great score, and the song "You Know My Name" is brilliant. And those, I agree with Nick. Those titles could very well be the best of the whole 25 film series so far. Just the visual design, and I mean, it's just great. It's brilliant. Judi Dench is the only returning cast member, but that's fine. You get away with that, even though we've started a new timeline.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
Oh, shut up, Siri. Sorry. So as I was saying, Judi Dench is the only returning cast member, but fuck it, who cares? It's a new timeline, and it works. You know, she has a different dynamic than she does with Brosnan, and I think that it is it's going to develop. When we get to Skyfall, in particular, is when it really develops. But she is quite funny in this movie. When he says, "I thought M was a randomly assigned letter. I had no idea it stood for." Yeah, that was funny. Eva Green is one of the best Bond girls as Vesper. She's really, really good. I love the writing for her character, and I love the chemistry with her and Craig. It really is natural, and the dialogue is brilliant. It builds, and then when you get to the ending, it's tragic. It really is tragic, and it hits hard emotionally. And it's not just a repeat of Majesties. It's. I mean, obviously, because it's based on the book, it's done in a realistic and grounded way, and you kind of understand Vesper was in a difficult situation, but the scene in the elevator where she dies drowning is it's pretty sad, and we'll see the fallout of that in the next film, even because the next film is a direct continuation. The locations are amazing. I don't think you guys have mentioned enough about the locales. I just want to put it out there that
I mentioned Montenegro because the book was in France, but they've moved it to Montenegro, which is a former Yugoslavia country. So they get to go to somewhere a bit more new this time around, because Fleming loved France. He was a very big fan of France, so they went there almost as much as Jamaica. So, but having Montenegro here, it makes it really well. Coupled that with the Bahamas, probably looking at their best, and Madagascar, and Prague, and also Pakistan. But if you watch the deleted scenes, you'll know it's Pakistan. If you don't watch those, it's a little tricky to know where it is.
Well, irrespective of where it was filmed, what I'm saying is, in the film, obviously, it's the amazing. Bahamas, Venice, all the exotic locations are great. That's the point I was trying to make. And they're fantastic. The Aston Martin, once again, brilliant. And that stunt, which you guys haven't talked about. That stunt.
That's from the book.
Been around 7 times, broke the Guinness World Record, and deservedly so. I really like Mads Mikkelsen as Le Chiffre, and I respectfully disagree, Harry. I think he is one of the best Bond villains, and he's one of my favorites, because behind that sort of sinister facade is a very scared man who is very he's under a lot of pressure because he owes a lot of people money, or he owes a lot of people a lot of money, and so I think the inhaler is partly a stress reliever for him, not so much because he's wheezing or anything, because we don't see him wheeze very much, but he's sort of, and he goes to extreme lengths, like trying to manipulate the stock market, and then going to the Casino Royale to win the poker game, and then obviously that falls apart. So he's not having a good day. Bless him. He's not having a great day. And the Mr. White character, again, briefly seen in this film, not really focused on too much. We'll talk more about him with Quantum of Solace. I think this is a phenomenal movie, and the ending as well, when Craig says the line, "The name's Bond, James Bond," at the very end, and then followed by that music, is perfect, because this is him earning his number. This is an origin story, and I like how the very opening is in black and white. We're making such a statement here that we are stripping away the campy shit, for a better word, that we had in some of the Brosnan movies and some of the earlier movies. We're going hard, and it goes hard. And that moment when, I don't think either of you mentioned this, but when the end of that sequence ends with him turning around, shooting into the gun barrel, and that pulls us into the titles. That is the perfect way to say, this is Bond. This is our new Bond. And when he kills the guy in the bathroom, and then when he kills Dryden, I think his name is, that's brilliant. And
maybe the contact
considerably. I like that moment there. When Craig is just sat there in the dark.
That's what I was saying about it.
Yeah, but I mean, Daniel Craig to me is James Bond. He is. I see exactly why they wanted him. They wanted him so much for this, and you can tell why. There was one other film he made where he was doing this shot where he was kind of swaggeringly walking down a corridor or somewhere anyway, and Barbara Broccoli was like, "That's James Bond," and she was right. He's suave.
I think it was Layer Cake.
No, it wasn't Layer Cake, but Layer Cake was another reference that they saw. He's suave. He's dry. I'd say his humor is more dry than some of the others. he does have a couple of funny moments, like when he says, "Do I look like I give a damn?" after they ask him the question about, "Would you like a vodka martini, shaken or stirred?" Yeah, that's funny. And then some other dry lines, like where he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, that last hand nearly killed me." It's he can be very blunt, he can be very cold, but there's a few sprinklings of humor. This is a very stripped back version of some of the traditional elements. It is probably the most non-traditional film, aside License to Kill. Probably this is the most non-traditional.
I'd argue this and Quantum are less traditional than License.
Yeah,
License still has some of the traditional.
Okay, and Quantum of Solace, but well, at the time it was released, this and License to Kill, simply this, because no Q, no money penny, no gadgets. It's very much, it is very much influenced from the Bourne movies. You know, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. I think in some ways that is like catching up with the real world. So I appreciate that. And the plot, it just flows. It flows. The script is tight. It's concise. It's got, you know, it's emotionally hard hitting, and it rocks. Quite frankly, it rocks. I've got no flaws with this movie. I can't think of anything I majorly dislike about the film. I see where Harry's coming from with Le Chiffre's death, in that it is sort of sudden, but I don't think that's an issue. Maybe for me, my only flaw is Mathis as a character could have used a little bit more development, but they bring him back for the next film. Well, we'll see how they treat him in the next film. But as for this film, I like it very much, but we are misled into thinking that Mathis is a bad guy when he's really not.
Yeah, actually, that is one thing I'm not a fan of either.
It's not that I'm not a fan of it. I would have liked the script to kind of elaborate more on the fact that Bond was wrong and misjudged him. And I think maybe this is an issue more for Quantum of Solace to, like, Mathis
pick up
Bond, kind of like Mathis is very sort of forgiving of Bond and chooses to help him in the next film, kind of very easily.
Did I see it? Yeah.
But we'll talk about that momentarily. But the fact that that is the only thing that I can find to be a fault shows just how well the rest of it is hung together. And quite honestly, it is a masterpiece. It's fantastic. And to me, I mean, no wonder Quantum of Solace suffered after this. This was a tough act to follow. So for me, it's an easy 10 out of 10. And yeah, I love it. And I think Daniel Craig really proved a lot of those naysayers why he deserved to be James Bond. And what a way to start the era. Would you say, Nick, that this is the best beginning for any Bond actor in the films? We won't talk about Patrick Gibson just yet because that's a game. But
well, there's one I prefer more, and you'll hate me for this, Harry. Not so much for you, Ollie, but for me, GoldenEye is my second favorite. Casino Royale is my third. So that one I prefer. I think objectively, maybe it's probably the more. I think it's probably objectively the strongest in terms of like the direction it's going. But but for me personally, GoldenEye is my second favorite film of the series, one of my favorites of all time. So I think, but they're incredibly close. The next one is Majesty's, which is my fifth favorite. Actually, to be honest, I think apart from Doctor No, all of the first films for each actor is in my top 10. So actually, but then again, I don't think Live and Let Die quite, because that one just felt like it was carrying on. Majesty's does in places, but at other times it does feel very different. Daylight as well. It's the two Martin Campbell directed ones, and also the next one when it comes around are going to be like these are the big episodes since Doctor No.
If I'm going to be honest, the only film in the series I can think in terms of like an intro film to rival this one is Majesty's.
Yeah,
and I know it's
very similar
one film, but still.
Oh, we've got to count it. Still got to count. They do have their similarities, but at the same time are significantly different from each other.
Yeah.
I also want to touch upon what you mentioned about Mathis, because going back to the books, Mathis is basically Bond's French ally, like how Felix is his American ally. Whilst in the films, he's only in these two. It's a bit of a shame he's not in more. Maybe the new reboot, who knows?
I mean, if they hadn't killed him off, maybe he would have come back for No Time to Die or Spectre.
I mean, I can kind of understand where they're going from with the whole maybe he betrayed Bond thing here, but as you say, they don't really kind of.
Yeah, no, it's not that I think that's what happened. That's obviously Le Chiffre was was trying to mislead Bond by saying your friend Mathis is my friend Mathis. It wasn't true, obviously.
Yeah,
he was just bullshitting. But it's the fact that Bond believed it. Like I just feel like the fallout of that incident. You know, when Mathis is arrested.
Yeah.
It's sort of, you know, again, Quantum of Solace doesn't really spend the time to resolve the tension with those characters. He just goes to Mathis and he's like, Mathis, I need your help. And then he's like, what makes you think I'd do this? They have one conversation and then they're helping each other. It's like, oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, yeah.
It's too abrupt.
Yeah, Casino Royale, because you don't really, because the way Casino Royale presents it, you're believing it. Even if you may suspect Lucia may be lying, even then, the film still kind of presents it until M at the end mentions, oh, maybe this kid is Mathis, and Bond is still like, no, it could have been a double bluff as a theory, which does lead to his lesson about trusting no one, but the film does present it like Mathis could still be a double, and then Quantum will reveal, no, he was wrong about that.
Yeah, because then they find out he's innocent, and then to compensate,
but that's all
they give him that villa, and he's with his wife, so he didn't end up bad, but
that whole the whole finding out happens off screen, and as you say, next time we see him, he's at that villa. We'll talk more about that at Quantum, but compared and speaking of we'll get to also how that film treats him as well. But it's disappointing knowing what the character's like in the books. But maybe a future film will fix that. They haven't brought in May yet, and I really want to see May in the films. Julie Walters would be would be perfect in that role. By the way, she's Bond's housekeeper. If they brought her in, that would be amazing, especially if Julie Walters played her. Right.
Yes.
So,
well, okay.
Yes.
So if I could get a word in, Louis is telling me he's setting up his laptop. So hopefully he's going to be along in a couple of minutes. So before we move on to Quantum of Solace, we'll let him speak about Casino Royale, and then we'll move on. But we do have to try and keep things a bit more concise because it's 9:30 now. So we've still got 4 films to go. So. So we can't spend as long talking about one film.
Yes.
But it's fine. But no, if you want to say any last things about Casino Royale, now's the time.
I think I'm ready. I think it was more touched upon some of the things you said as well, which I agree with quite a lot. There was a lot, regarding the backlash. Actually, funny enough, Daniel Craig I don't know if it was the Everything or Nothing documentary or one of the other ones around No Time to Die. He said they were in the Bahamas when he went online. They were filming, and when the cameras weren't rolling, he went online and he saw all of that crap there. I think it probably did take a little bit of toll at the time, but I think they managed to get through ignoring that, and I think that resulted in the product being really great. So it didn't compromise it at all. And I think he took on the role because he did like the book. He did read the book, and he was like, okay, and the script, and that was that line about the vodka martini that made him like, yes, I'm going to do this. So he definitely seems to care quite a bit about the character, and once he was on board, once he was on board, we got one of the best Bond performances in this film.
Yes.
I do recommend that documentary if you've never seen it, Harry, the Everything or Nothing one.
Oh yeah, thank you for the recommendation. I will check us out. And you know actually,
yes, Harry.
You know what's my favourite beginning for a Bond actor would be? Dr. No.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting choice. I mean, not only a beginning for Connery, the beginning of the whole official series. Yeah. It's very significant.
Yeah. I'm going to give out the... actually, I was going to give a shout out to the books, but if we're just sticking to the films...
I mean, you can shout out the book, that's fine. But,
okay, as well as... Yeah, I'm going to give the Forever and a Day book a shout out as well, because that serving as a prequel to this one, it does feel a lot like... because Anthony Horowitz is definitely cribbing from the Fleming books. But for me, that book very much feels like it's also taking a lot of inspiration from the Casino Royale 06 film. And there's quite a few elements in there that there's a couple of elements there that give me that Casino Royale 06 film with that book, and I don't know if how intentional that was, but it's a really good kind of meld of some of this and some of what would happen in the Fleming books. And it's I think out of the continuation books I've read so far, it's my favorite outside of Fleming. So yeah, Anthony Horowitz is a masterpiece of writing anyway. But that book especially is so good. If that one was used as like the basis of the next film, which is still a kind of somewhat a bit of an origin story, much like this film is. But if they did adapt that one as the next film, I would be a very happy man, because that would be an absolutely incredible story. The only thing is, if they were setting it in the present day, they would have to change some of like the whole. It's like the main plot is around film, like film. So they probably would have to adapt that if it was set in the present. But if they did that story, that like I would be very happy with that, or something like it. I don't think they will. I think it'll be something else. But yeah, I think that book definitely captures some of what this film did and merges it with the Fleming stuff, and it sets up the Fleming Casino Royale in a great way in terms of where Bond is as a character, much like how this film does for the next film. Except the next film is not as good as the Casino Royale book. The Casino Royale book's one of the like attitudes of the time aside, and some of the maybe stuff that this film did better. That's still one of the best Bond books. I think I ranked it third or fourth of the Fleming book ranking. Might be third. So yeah, it's one of the best books, one of the best stories. It's only natural it made one of the best films. Well, the Daniel Craig one.
Yes. Oh.
It's the same with Majesties, actually, and From Russia with Love.
Okay, well, I don't know where Louis is. Hopefully he will join us whenever he can. Oh no, he's just responding. Bear with me 1 second.
In fairness, tech difficulties are annoying.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he may have just been a little bit busy. I'll see what he says, but we may have to sort of jump ahead and then backtrack a bit when he does his talk.
A bit like the Quantum of Solace game.
Yes, yeah, you could say that.
From what I've seen, actually, I think the game looks better than the film. But then again, half of that is Casino Royale, so
I don't know. I don't know if I'd say that, because it's hard to compare, because obviously
you've played
it. Casino Royale levels, so it's
yeah. Have you played the game?
Yes, I have it. I own it.
Let's do that quickly. What's the thought on the game?
Yes, I will show you.
Yeah. By the way, we don't have to cover Bloodstone, but you could maybe briefly mention that at the end. We won't talk about Legends.
Yeah, we can talk about Bloodstone as we go along. But yeah, this is the PS3 Quantum of Solace. It plays a bit like a Call of Duty game, but most of the levels are from Casino Royale, as you probably know. If you've seen Calvin Dyson's review.
I watched a video yesterday about cancelled Bond games, ones that never saw the light of day. I think it was EA, the previous rights holders to the games before Quantum came out, which was Activision. EA were developing a Casino Royale game, but in the end it didn't work out. And Activision, when they were developing the Quantum game, EA actually had more access to the Casino film than Activision did for Quantum. So in the end, Activision would incorporate levels from Casino Royale into the Quantum game, because even that film wasn't finished. The script wasn't even finished when filming, so they didn't have a finished film. And unlike the Brosnan games, where they might come out a year or two after the film, this one was trying to tie in with the film itself around the same time. That's game development for you guys. That's what happens with game development tying into a film. I think they got more closer to the film release dates in general. Game tie-ins did in the 2000s than they did in the 2010s than they did in the 90s. So Activision would end up adapting both of the game. Ooh, he's here.
Hello.
The name's Ben. Louis Ben. Hello.
Where the fuck are you, Ben?
It's okay.
Welcome, Louis, to this hangout. You've joined
Hello,
fashionably
everyone.
late.
Well, can't join early, can you?
No. Oh, no, Louis, welcome back. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. A nice thumbnail, Bond 26. Getting excited, I suppose. So yeah, we have all said our piece on Casino Royale. So if you want to do your quick digest thoughts,
I'll
then
be
we can
very,
jump on to
very-
Quantum of Solace.
I'll be very, very quick because if I'm honest, I haven't seen the film in
That's fine.
a while, probably about.
In that case, then you can
5
talk
years.
about both. I'll let you do Casino Royale and then Quantum of Solace, because then if you're not going to say as much, then that will
Yeah, it's cool.
speed things up a bit.
Casino Royale. I remember seeing bits of it when it came out on DVD. My granddad is a massive Bond fan, and he was like playing it one year. I think it was at Christmas time. It must have been like when it came out on DVD. And I remember watching bits of it and thinking, oh, this is cool. I was quite young at the time. So it must have been, like 7 when it came out. So probably a bit too young to watch it properly and enjoy it. But once I got into Bond, which we'll get into later, Spyfall. God damn it, Jodie Whittaker's Spyfall always comes in my head now. Damn it, Jodie Whittaker or Chibnall. So yeah, Skyfall, not Spyfall. Well, Skyfall, I fell in love with the franchise, but so I went back and watched the previous 2 Bond films of his era, and I just thought Casino Royale was so gritty, and in hindsight of watching all the previous Bonds, which I have now, it's a great take of like a reboot. I like how he's rough around the edges. His relationship is great. No spoilers, but when she dies, it's tragic, and it kind of sets this Bond up. The villain's great as well. We've got a great opening theme tune. Probably one of my best of his era, just after Skyfall, not Spyfall, by yeah, overall a very good film, and probably my second favourite of his era. That's my opinion on Casino Royale. I don't know if you wanted me to say about Quantum, or did I interrupt someone who joined in if you wanted to finish it?
No, it's all right. If you've said all you need to say of Casino, then you can jump onto Quantum of Solace. Hello?
Sorry, I just had to let my dog in the room.
That's all right.
So Quantum of Solace it's a messy film. I think we can all agree.
You think it's
it has mistakes. However, I personally, out of all of the Bond films that I see after Skyfall, it's going to keep happening. After Skyfall, I have Quantum. I have Casino and Quantum. Casino is a stronger story, but I think I actually preferred Quantum. I don't know why. I think it's just that kind of fun, and you kind of get the callbacks of the oil, the girls covered in oil. It's a bit like
is it because Quantum was shorter? Is that why?
No, I don't think it was. I think I just enjoyed the story more. I thought it was more like the oil and the Bond girl. I can't remember her name. So, again, it's been a while since I've seen
Emile.
Emile. I think she was probably my favourite Bond character in the whole franchise, because she just feels like she deserves her own spin-off. There's so many shades of ingenuity of that character. I think that they could have really pursued it. I think when people say there should be a female Bond, why not do a story with her? That she's almost like his equal, and I think it's the first time we've probably seen that.
Wouldn't say the first.
Well, for me, I just like the first time that it was portrayed as such, without it being like a sexual thing. I know they've got like bits in it, but
makes sense.
yeah,
I mean, they shared a kiss, but that was it.
But, like, what I mean is, like, it was just full on sex, and she wasn't just like his little submissive bitch. She kind of. I just.
Unlike Strawberry Fields.
I'm sorry, Ollie, go.
Sorry, unlike Gemma Arterton's Strawberry Fields.
Oh my. No, I really enjoyed what we got of it. Yes, the writing is quite sloppy at times, and the plot could be better. I just like the darker edge. It feels more gritty, more realistic.
Do you like the villain, Dominic Green?
Yeah, he's creep, and he's like you want to punch him. The theme for this one, a lot of people dislike, but I don't know. I don't mind another way to die. Do. It's kind of nostalgic for me in a weird way. I don't know about you guys, but I don't. It's cringy, but it's good cringy. I mean, it's not Die Another Day.
Actually, I feel that way about Die Another Day, to be honest. Minus the
Fair
nostalgia.
enough. I mean, to be fair, I don't think Die Another Day is as bad as people make out. It's just not the best. But I don't. I think there is, like I said, there's flaws with Quantum, but you're probably going to crucify me. I would take it over Spectre any day, and I'd probably take it over.
Oh my gosh.
My little cuckoo.
I just think it was a lot more enjoyable. Spectre was drivel, and I couldn't
Fair enough.
Time to Die was okay until the end, really.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. We'll get to the other 3 movies then.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go into it, but just heads up, I despise the final 2. Not so much No Time to Die, but Spectre is.
It's fine. You're allowed to have an opinion on it. So.
Would you say Spectre is your least favourite film of the series?
Maybe not overall series, but definitely of the Craig era. But I'll get into it more when we get to Spectre.
Yeah.
Okay, is that your? Are you done with Quantum of Solace?
Yeah. I mean, unless there's I can't really. To be fair, I haven't watched it in a while, so the others I've seen quite recently.
What would you rate it out of 10?
Probably a 7.5 or an 8.
Oh, nice. So,
I didn't give Casino a ranking, but if I could give Casino, I'd probably say like an 8.5, 9 out of 10.
Nice. Thank you, Louis. Well, I guess on the other side of this argument, I'm now turning to Nick. So, Nick, if you could keep your thoughts as concise as possible, but yes, what do you think of Quantum of Solace?
Oh, sorry, Louis. This is my least favourite film of the whole Bond series. Besides maybe the 54 Casino Royale.
That's okay. Your opinion.
I mean, I know. Heads up, I would give this a 4 out of 10 as the score. Although there's a reason why it's 4 as opposed to maybe 5 or 6, like the next one's up, which it could have been. It could have been higher, but there's a very good reason.
Could have been lower.
It could have been lower, but there's a very good reason why. I'll get onto that. But first of all, yeah, I'm going to get. Actually, no, I'm going to get onto it straight away. It's the editing. The editing is the worst in the whole series. The cinematography is also not really that great, but if you just let shots linger a bit more, I know what director not Martin Campbell. No, if he came back, this would be good. No, it's Marc Forster in the director's chair this time, and he decided to make this film speed like a bullet because the last film, as Ollie said, was 142 minutes. It's the longest film of the series, just pipping Majesties. No, it's 144 minutes. Majesties was 142.
Yeah, well, obviously now No Time to Die is the longest, but at the time...
Yes, at the time, like, as when these films were coming out, we'll get to Skyfall, Spectre, No Time to Die is there also, because Skyfall's 143, Spectre's 148, and No Time to Die is 163. Which actually means that besides Majesties, Daniel Craig's got the longest films of the series. And I think Die Another Day is also quite fairly long as well. So all of the 21st century ones, besides this, are fairly long. Which is, I think, this is why Marc Forster wanted it to be a speed like a bullet, because Casino was so long, being the longest one of the series. But as a consequence of that, it really does show in the edit. And unfortunately, we also had the writer's strike of 2007, so they had to rush, not even a final script in. The writers had to rush it in, and then they were still doing bits on the day of shooting. Sadly, this hodgepodge of the direction, the vision, and Marc Forster wanted to incorporate the 4 elements into the action sequences, like water, fire, so forth. That kind of arty vision and the writer's strike did really hamper production. Now, you can make gold out of like Trouble Productions, From Russia with Love, No Time to Die, even Tomorrow Never Dies. Wouldn't say gold, but it was a solid final product in my opinion. This one, there's something that's definitely clearly showing it's been affected. It's been badly affected, and I think that's probably why I'm not that's probably my main reason why I didn't really gel with this one as the other 24 films, even the unofficials, is the haphazard kind of structure put together of this film itself, as well as also
maybe if they delayed it to 2009, it would have been better.
It would have been better, yeah. They would have at least had more time to, like, they may have been able to touch up the script. They would have been able to fix it in the edit. They wouldn't be on a rush. I think they were planning, according to Haphazard Stuff's review, I think they were planning a May 2008 release for this one before pushing it back to end of October for the UK and November for the US. So it could even have come out earlier. So do with that how you feel. But I think if you pushed it back to May 2009, it would have been a little bit better. In terms of the plot, I think it's probably the least interesting out of all of them. I'm not going to put that as a mark against it. It feels like one of the Fleming short stories, one of the lesser interesting Fleming short stories, like where maybe just a lesser mission or like a side story or something. It feels like one of those, but I think it would have been fine as that. It was one of the more calmer story. Well, I say calm for Bond. But again, the haphazard put together of it, plus the fact that it's tied very heavily to Casino Royale, may have dragged it down a little bit. And I'm not saying being a sequel to Casino Royale is a bad thing. Absolutely not. I just think it didn't quite... don't think it quite followed through on that as well as it could have, at least for like the main point of the story. Obviously, it's the start and the end. And trying to find Mr. White is the instigator for Bond to go to Bolivia to start with. But then going forward from that, it's just kind of... again, it's probably a good story, but I think it could have been told a little bit better in terms of the execution. And I think that's probably why it's ended up being, in my opinion, one of the weakest in the series. And I think it's also not gelled as well outside the fandom as well. I mean, when you talk about the Daniel Craig films, I think this one's the one that most of the general public will probably just not kind of get on board with as much as the other four. Certainly the two either side. And I think it is probably one of the lesser, like, outside of maybe Daniel Craig fans, it's probably one of the ones that's cited as one of the weaker ones in the series as well. So it's got a bit of a reputation for that. And I think, as you say, Mr. Bond, if they maybe held off a little bit, maybe finished the script up and did the editing a bit better, it probably would have. It could have been a really good film. As it stands, it's not that great. That's why I think it could have been a higher score if they kind of if it wasn't such that the editing wasn't so bad, and maybe they just took a bit more time to kind of, and it's also a very quick paced film as well. As mentioned, but it doesn't really have that many moments to cool down as often, like say Skyfall would with that scene going into Macau. So it doesn't have as much time to breathe as Calvin Dyson mentioned. So on the whole, it could have been better, but as it stands, it's probably one of the weakest made films in the series. I will say I do agree with Louis, though. Camille was really great.
Yes.
Oh, actually, that does. Elvis, probably the worst henchman, or at least in terms of personality, and he doesn't really do much.
I think that's fair, to be fair.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. With the villain, actually, I think Matthew Armanick is a great actor, and Green does kind of go a bit berserker at the end, but there's not really much to him. I suppose that's like maybe the modern context of he's a modern businessman character with no distinguishable marks. But there's not really a huge amount to him. Aside from
I don't know about you, Nick. I kind of feel that Medrano should have just been the main villain and should have been doing what Green was doing as well as the Camille thing. I think that.
Well, I think the Green aspect kind of modernized, but in this new era for Bond, it kind of makes him. He's like you said, he's just a businessman, and it kind of
Yeah.
it makes it
But I
more
think-
realistic. I think.
realistic, but you got to give him more to it as well than just being a businessman. Maybe that's what they were doing with the end with his character.
Possibly, but I feel like him being a dodgy businessman. I mean, I'm not trying to get political, but you look around the world today, we have businessmen like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who you might love or hate. I'm not taking a side, but there obviously some dodgy allegations. I'll just put that out there. So I think it kind of fits with that. Just one thing I want to say really quickly that I forgot to mention. One thing that Nick mentioned about the writer's strike, which I think obviously does heavily affect this movie, and I feel like this is kind of like a first draft at best. And if it had a few more, it definitely would have been a lot more
first or second,
highly regarded.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point there. Actually, yeah.
About highly regarded, it would definitely be better regarded. It would,
well, I don't know. It could have been.
Like,
it could have been. It could have been a great film. We will never know.
Oh yeah,
but,
yeah.
One thing I will say is it's been confirmed now since it's like a long since confirmed thing. But just talking about the theme, Amy Winehouse was originally approached for this theme.
Oh yeah, I didn't touch about that. Yeah,
because of the writers' strikes and things. And she had some issues at the time. God rest her soul. She pulled out, but I would have loved to have heard the demo they did record. Hopefully one day it does leak because I think her really suited their body.
You know, Louis, there was actually a Shirley Bassey rejected theme.
I know.
Good about goodbye.
So good about goodbye.
It's rumored it was
Solace
for Bond.
And it has the
some people
score that.
But apparently that was. Oh, sorry, go.
Yeah, I think what you were going to about to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was. I've heard that it wasn't initially written for the film, but come on, it sounds so much like a Bond theme song, so it could have been. So it's very likely it could have been.
And it uses the score. It uses the score.
I think.
The movie, so.
Yeah,
I think she wrote it. They've said, or she said, since she wrote it after the film came out, but. Whether or not that's, I mean, I still think they could have still used it and just re-released it,
or used it in the credits.
Yeah,
because
it's like the end credits.
Oh yeah, that would have been nice. And also, actually, to touch upon the theme song, Another Way to Die is my least favorite Bond theme song. I don't think I hate it as much as maybe I used to, or as much as other people, but there's some bits that's enjoyable in places. Although if you stick to the title sequence version, if you go for the full version, you've got that awful bit in the middle where Jack White's playing on the guitar and Alicia Keys just blurring into the microphone.
I like that. I disagree. I really like that. Really? I would say this is not his, out of the Craig era, it's not his strongest, but I would take it over No Time to Die.
I thought you were going to say Writings on the Wall, which
I don't mind Writings on the Wall, but I just feel like I would say it probably goes Casino. No, sorry, Skyfall's the best, then Casino's theme, then Quantum, then Spectre, and then No Time to Die in terms of themes.
The theme song, yeah.
I feel like No Time to Die and Writings on the Wall just sounded a bit. No Time to Die sounded a bit too much like Writings on the Wall. Just a bit from there.
Yeah, I think I'll touch upon those songs when we get to those films, but I think you are actually fairly correct on that assessment. But yeah, I also say that the Ava Adama song is Ava Adama? Yeah, Eva Adama. That one should have been the title song. That one's actually amazing.
Thanks, Nick. Is there anything else you want to say on this film, or are you closing
outside of what I've already mentioned? Actually, yes, the ending, because I'm not going to be doing as much book to film comparisons with the other films in the series, but I will touch upon some elements. With this one, the ending is mostly inspired by stuff that's mentioned in the 007 in New York short story, where in that short story they say Bond went to tell a fellow agent that her boyfriend is a KGB agent. but you don't really see that bit in the short story. It's more Bond musing about New York. It's actually the weakest story of the whole of the Fleming stuff, actually, to be honest. In the Octopussy and the Living Daylight short collection. In here, we actually do see Bond going to tell, it's a Canadian agent this time round, that her boyfriend is Vesper's old boyfriend. So what they've done here is they've turned Vesper's boyfriend into a quantum agent, and they've used this whole kidnapping thing as a blackmail thing, which is different to the book where it was a genuine kidnapping blackmail situation. This time it's part of the villain's plan. It's like this, it's all coordinated, and they're trying to do the same again with a Canadian agent. But Bond's found him, and yeah, we get that scene. And it's great. It's one of the best scenes of the film. And also it ends with Bond finding his Quantum of Solace, which is from the Quantum of Solace short story. Well, he doesn't find it in that short story, but they mention that as a thing in that. I don't really understand what a Quantum of Solace is, to be honest. But it's mentioned in that short story, and then it's applied to Bond at the end of this film. Plus, there's also that really interesting original ending they had planned, which is now not canon because of Spectre. With the
it is hinted at in the game, by the way, Nick.
Yeah. The game keeps a bit of it in. So that's an interesting idea that would have led into Bond shooting into the gun barrel a la Casino Royale, but at the end. So, yeah, the ending's really at the end, and also Green's demise is actually fairly creative, to be honest.
Yeah. And the bit with the locket as well is nice.
Yeah, that's the like some of the last few shots, and yeah, that's the whole Quantum of Solace thing for Bond, and yeah, that works really well. So, the gun barrel is probably the weakest of the Craig films, probably the weakest of all of them. But that aside, that ending is really good.
And your what was your rating?
4.
4.
But if it wasn't for the shit editing, it would be a 6. So the editing basically takes out 2 points. Effectively.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
So, Harry, what is your opinion on Quantum of Solace?
Oh, Quantum of Solace. Well, even though the Daniel Craig era is my favourite Bond era, even it isn't flawless. Yeah, Quantum has always been the dud of the Craig era for me. Yeah, but that said, it's by no means a terrible movie. It's just a very mid Bond movie. I mean, it's always the one I have watched the least of the Craig era. And, I mean, you could tell that, well, this film was going to struggle living up to its predecessor, Casino Royale. I mean, that writer's strike of 2007 really affected its production. I mean, I think this film really taught MGM a lesson to never rush a Bond film again. I mean, and releasing it just 2 years after Casino Royale, it's too soon, in all honesty. But still, I just feel that the plot of this film, it's just not that interesting. It's really a cliched revenge story, and I know it takes inspiration from the Bourne films, but I don't really care for the Bourne films either. But still, there's still a lot to like in this. Is from the acting, the cinematography, and the locations, and even the Bond theme for this one, Another Way to Die. It's probably my least favorite of the Craig era, but I think it's far from the worst Bond theme in general. Heck, it's far more pleasant to listen to than Madonna's "Guess We'll Die Another Day." But still, it's kind of catchy, the "Another Way to Die." But also the gun barrel, I agree with Nick, is the weakest of the Craig films too. And
he
the
looks like he's rushing to go to the toilet or something.
yeah, rushing to pee, literally. Well, and the action is entertaining, at least, aside from some really annoying close-up shots, particularly in the car chase. But I
Too
think
many jump cuts and too much.
Oh
shaking
wait,
cam.
I'll say, like when you
Actually,
compare,
that does remind me of something else. You know that bit in it's in Italy.
yeah,
It's the town. The town.
Mhm.
You know where they've got that thing going on in the background, and they're
Oh yeah,
they're
The
doing their
parade.
big- yeah, it's more of a race, I think, horse race or something. And we keep cutting back between that and the interrogation scene.
oh yeah, that really doesn't work. So the editing is already a downgrade from Casino Royale. Well, and plus Marc Forster, his direction is certainly the weakest of the Craig era. You can see why he didn't come back after this one. Actually, my favorite action scene would probably be the plane one in the mountains. That one was rather thrilling. But I think while Daniel Craig is still solid in this film, Bond doesn't. I mean, this is Bond letting go and learning to move on from Vesper. Like in the final shot, so where he drops the lockets, that's beautiful. And when he doesn't kill the guy at the end, and he still has some solid scenes with M, and there's still no Q and Moneypenny in this film, but we'll see them in Skyfall. But other than that, but Bond's. I think he doesn't really have that much of a storyline other than going after the people that Vesper was involved with and learning to move on. I think Camille. Yeah, I'm sorry. She's easily my least favorite of the Daniel Craig Bond girls. Like, I mean, to go from Bond and Vesper in Casino Royale, her and Bond's chemistry is non-existent, and the other lady turning into gold, complete rip-off of Goldfinger. Like, that was unnecessary.
I mean, technically it wasn't gold. Like, Strawberry Fields was covered in foil, but it's a reference.
But we get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But I think it's a nice homage. I wouldn't say it's a rip-off. I think it's like a nod.
Oh, yeah.
I think what's worse than, I wouldn't say it's a rip-off, but it's definitely trying to harken back. But what I would say is worse is, unlike Goldfinger, you're not really getting a proper shot of it because you're more the editing is more focused on Bond being taken away and then escaping.
Yeah.
But it cuts back to it. It's like. You don't really get a clear shot of it besides that. So
I mean, to be honest, for me, what was more insulting was that fucking name, Strawberry Fields. I thought that was so dumb.
And they set it up. They set it up, but they didn't reveal it. They didn't pay it off in the film, and you only notice it in the credits.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna have it, then just say it. Like,
I do think they should have said it, but I do think as well it's a bit of tongue in cheek because Bond girls are known to have some quite stupid names like
Christmas Jones.
Pussy Galore. I mean, that doesn't get more on the nose than that. But to be honest, like I was half expecting Bond to do what they did in Spider-Man 3, where he said, "That taste strawberries."
But I just think again, it's tongue in cheek. It's a tongue-in-cheek little reference to like we know that Bond girl names are pretty ridiculous. Like, Bond 46 is going to have a Bond girl called like Miss Fagash or something. Like, so
go to Austin Powers for some of that because they have some really on-the-nose names for that, like a lot of vagina and Fuku. So
Fanny Brooke.
Is
And Miss
that
Classic
how?
Cleopatra.
But anyway, sorry, Harry. You were
I get that. But also the villain, Dominic Green. One of the most forgettable Bond villains ever. I mean, worst of the Daniel Craig Bond villains. He's no Safin. He's no Blofeld. He's not
Silver.
even Scaramanga. I mean,
Yeah.
Nowhere near.
No one is Christopher Lee.
No.
Heck no. Yeah. So
I would reach my golden gun, but it's all the way over there.
Yeah. So overall, I mean, even the weakest Craig Bond film is still a satisfactory one. But that's all I can say. So yeah, I'm gonna give Quantum of Solace a 7 out of 10 and 3 stars out of 5.
That'd be 3.5 because
Yeah, maybe.
Thanks,
Thanks,
odds
Harry.
would be halves. I've actually remembered when Harry was talking one other thing, but I'll let you talk first, Mr. Bond, because I think it'd be something to address at the end.
No worries,
Regarding the
That's
math
fine. Yeah,
stuff.
I'm conscious of the time, so yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep things moving. Quantum of Solace. Quantum of Solace. I don't hate this movie. I don't, honestly. Like, I know it's fun to hate on Quantum of Solace, and you know, there's no denying the pressure that Quantum of Solace had, given that Casino Royale was so good and so successful, and I think it was inevitable that Quantum wasn't going to reach that level in the space of 2 years. I think it definitely needed more time to be better. I don't think it's a total failure. There are good things in it. I think it's more of a mixed bag than it is a failure, but I'll go into that. But yeah, I like I said earlier, if they delayed it till 2009, we would have had a stronger script. And the writer's strike is ultimately what really killed this movie in some regards. And also the direction. I think Marc Forster is a good director, but maybe not right for a Bond movie. The sort of the decision to edit the film in such a frenetic way, and then to the pretentious art house intercutting with some moments like the horse racing and then the opera scene as well. The opera scene is especially pretentious. And it's just, and all the camera work is a little shaky with the action scenes. It's kind of harder to tell what's going on, but I do agree that the action is entertaining. I do sometimes watch Quantum of Solace because it's entertaining, but whereas Casino Royale had a very good balance of pace, even though it was a long movie, the story in Quantum of Solace is far too brisk. It just doesn't know when to stop. There is no breathing space, and I do have to agree with that. Even though there are some emotional moments, there's just not enough for me. Like, I like the whole, like, keep it focused on the theme of revenge. You know, forget the whole stupid plot about the oil and water or whatever the hell that was. Keep it focused on Bond, Camille, Medrano, and the revenge. Like, make it a direct follow-up to Casino Royale. I mean, have the environmental stuff be more in the background than in the forefront, because I feel like they were trying to do two different stories in one, and it sort of didn't really work. As much as I do enjoy watching this movie, the storytelling it's kind of messy. It's a real shame. All the Bond and Camille stuff is fantastic. Like the scene in the sinkhole where they're talking about, you know, people they've lost, and she says, "Did you catch whoever did it?" He says, "No, not yet. Tell me when you do. I'd like to know how it feels." More of that, please. That was great. I like those moments, and I think it works. You know, Craig's Bond is a more emotional, rugged type of Bond, and we're seeing a different kind of performance this time. He's more, well, depressed, I guess. He's very grief-stricken. He's still the ruthless, blunt instrument that he was in the previous film, except he's lost his arrogance now. He's more withdrawn, and he's kind of killing every single lead that he comes across, and he's sort of compromising not only himself but also the mission that MI6 is on. So it's interesting to see the dynamic shift with him and Judi Dench, where she has to bring him in. So I think that also is quite a nice prelude for Skyfall, which we'll get to shortly. I have to agree, Dominic Green is a terrible villain. Oh God, it's that actor Matthew Malrick. I mean, he's not bad, but there's just no character there. He doesn't to me, there's no presence, and the writing isn't really strong enough. And then he starts shrieking with the axe. He's attacking James Bond at the end, and their fight has little to no impact. And I almost feel, like I said, that if General Medrano was the central villain of the film, that would have had way more impact. Not only because of the Camille thing, but if you'd have made him also the environmentalist as well as a soldier, you know, I just think it would have been easier to create a bigger emotional impact. By having Dominic Green, he just, to me, comes across as a bit of a sissy. He tries to act intimidating, and it's laughable. Like when he says, "Don't talk to me like I'm stupid," I don't buy it. I don't buy it, and I just don't think Matthew Marek knew what to do with this character. There's nothing there. I mean, there's a bit of history with Camille, but then if you've got the Medrano stuff, why have that? It just doesn't seem necessary to me. But yeah, the title song, it's meh. Yeah, Another Way to Die is poor. I like Jack White and Alicia Keys, but not together. I think the blend of those two voices, it doesn't feel like a James Bond song. It's not a bad song on its own, but it's just not James Bond. And the titles by MK12, obviously Kleiman isn't doing the titles for this one. I do actually not mind the title sequence for this film. I think it looks all right, although it is kind of just desert. You know, there's not much else to it there, really. But for me, I think the biggest crime of this film is that it's too short. Even though, yeah, I understand Mark Forster's intentions, wanting to edit this film like a bullet train, I think at the same time, you've compromised it. And I think having a film that would be slightly longer would allow for more breathing space. So, like, instead of 2.5 hours, 2 hours. I mean, dead on 2 hours. I think 15 more minutes would have been enough to flesh out the story a bit more. But Daniel Craig is really good in this film. He really tries his best. He throws himself into the action, plays a lot more of a grief-stricken Bond, and certainly that scene on the plane where he's talking to Mathis is really lovely, where he's drinking the martinis. Although I don't like the way Mathis is used in this film. I think Mathis is wasted. The way that he's just, when he dies so anticlimactically, and then he's chucked in the bin, which is incredibly disrespectful, to be honest. But yeah, and again, like we mentioned earlier about Mathis in Casino Royale, the whole Mathis, well, not drama, but the whole sort of fallout of the Mathis situation is not, for me, this film does not explore that at all. It's so rushed, the way that Bond goes over to his villa and he's like, "Mathis, I need your help." And then he's like, "Oh, you come to apologize," you know. So Mathis just forgives him far too easily. And like I said, chucking him in the bin after he dies so anticlimactically, just, what the hell? I mean, that's just ridiculous. But I do like the dialogue where he says, you know, Vesper, you know, forgive her, forgive yourself. Like, he's trying to tell him to let go of Vesper. But again, it's such a mess of a script in that regard. Yeah, it's definitely, without question, the weakest of the 5 movies for me. It's the one that, to me, just doesn't flow as well as the others. And I know that people will disagree. Some people don't like Spectre as much, and that's fine. But for me, Quantum of Solace, I don't mind the plot about the organization and leaving Green in the desert with the oil. I think is a great way for him to die. I think that is quite iconic. The finale in the hotel, while rushed, is still enthralling and entertaining. Like, there's great action spectacle, and you're not going to be bored watching Quantum of Solace. I'll say that. And as you guys have said, the ending where he doesn't kill the guy and he leaves the locket in the snow, I think that is a beautiful way to kind of close off this whole story arc with Vesper. And I think in some ways you could say this is Casino Royale Act 2 or Part 2. Yeah. But yeah, then they ruined it at the end with a stupid gun barrel. But yeah, well, never mind. And yeah, Gemma Arterton's Strawberry Fields. Enough said.
She's
okay,
good,
look,
but
she's fine, but again, you know, the name, well, whatever. There's
just a bit of a waste of her.
But yeah, Elvis is a shit henchman, and also not a patch on the real Elvis. No way, Jose. And yeah, that's kind of it, really. There's not much else to it. I mean, the film opens with a bang, and it sort of closes with a good bang as well. And Camille, yeah, I like Camille as a character. I think she's She's good. She does remind me of Melina Havelock in some ways from For Your Eyes Only. And I like the way the film tries to be thematic and explore the concept of revenge, but it's not the sole focus. So, like I said, instead of the whole environmental plot about water and oil and whatever, which is boring, have it be more thematic. The film is clearly trying to have some poignant tone here, and they could have exploited that a lot more. But whatever, that's what you get for rushing it out in 2 years. But credit to them, they delivered a film, but it just wasn't what people wanted. Yes. Go on.
I wouldn't even say getting out in 2 years is a problem, because they used to do that. They used to do that. But I think the problem is if something's happening that's going to compromise it coming out in 2 or 3 years' time, then a delay would be more satisfying than just trying to rush it out. And this happened with Tomorrow Never Dies as well, even though I think that one is better executed. And same when they were doing them yearly back in the Connery days and bit of Roger Moore's, when they were doing like 12 to 18 months productions. So if the film is going to be compromised by having a 2-ish years production, then delaying it would be better. And I think with this film in particular, that should have happened.
Yes.
Like with No Time to Die, like they did that one. They had to. Well, we'll get to that, but they had to delay that one.
Can we talk about that later? Sorry, it's just that time is getting on. So, so last thing I'll say before I close off is also this is the introduction of Rory Kinnear as Tanner. Very brief introduction in this film. He'll get a bit more to do in the next few movies, but it's nice that he's included here. Although the MI6 base is strangely designed in this film, and they have touchscreen tables, which were never there in Casino Royale. But okay, fine. But never mind. And I do like Judi Dench's performance as M. But yeah, so my kind of ratings have changed a little bit on a couple of the films, and for me, this is one of them. I think in my review, I scored this 7 out of 10, but I'm going to drop it down to a 6. I feel like it's passable, it's enjoyable, but it suffers a lot. It is a disappointment after Casino Royale, but I don't think it's a total mess. It does have good things in it, but there's a good film struggling to get out, but it's just not quite there. But thankfully, after a 4-year wait, we got the 50th anniversary movie, Skyfall. So now we're slap bang in the middle of his era. So, Louis, would you like to begin with your thoughts on Skyfall?
Well, where you go, I go. What you see, I see. You know, apart from your security. Spyfall was the first Bond film I saw in
Spyfall?
Oh, for fuck's sake, I said it.
You did it again?
It's a K, not a P.
It's because it's just, I talk a lot more about Doctor Who than I do Bond. And because it's Bond, it's spies. And it's obviously about spies. It sticks in my head like I'm just thinking, I'm talking about Bond, spy. In fact, James Bond, rename this film Spyfall. It just sounds better.
Yeah, we'll just call it Bond 23. That's fine.
No, have the Jodie Whittaker 2-part story called Skyfall, because they get blown up in a plane, so it makes sense.
Now you've called the Doctor Who story Skyfall.
No, that's why I just said rename it. Bond should be called Spyfall because it's about spies, and Skyfall should be about you know what I'm saying. The Doctor Who one there in the plane.
Let's focus. Let's focus.
You know what I'm saying. Skyfall, Spyfall, Bond 23. For me, it's the best Bond film. It's a character piece. It is, for me, the best Bond film of all time. Just because it's the only one that, although you go into his past, it's not really. It feels almost like he's like a second character. It's kind of like Judi Dench is the main character, or like a way more prominent character in this film. And I really like that. I think that's probably why it's my favourite, because there's only so many times you can have the same story with Bond, and this is like one that, although it's got repetitive elements of previous films, I would argue it's one of the freshest takes on a Bond film. And for 50th anniversary, I thought it was great for them tying in with like his childhood home, and you get to like glimpse a bit of his kind of drip fed bits. The action scenes are great. The tension's great. The villain is great.
The story.
The story is just chef's kiss. As I said, because it's more of like a Judi Dench highlighted film, I just think you kind of let Bond take a bit of a backseat where he's trying to work it all out, and you focus it through her, and like she knows her time's kind of coming up. Villain's great. The scene that always kind of stuck with me when I saw it at the cinema is when you have to forgive me. They're on the island, or they're on a broad.
Silver's Island.
Yeah, that's it. Silver's Island, and he has the Bond girl, like he shoots her. Basically. Yeah, that's it. And that stuck with me because I was like, wow, this is like dark. And like the scene on the underground, that's amazing. That's one of my favourites as well. When like Silver's playing them, and it's kind of like he wanted to be trapped. So he like kind of exposes that he's part of the bigger picture. I think it's Daniel Craig's one of his best performances as Bond. The pre-title sequence where he gets shot by Moneypenny.
Take the bloody shot.
It's so iconic. It's just brilliant. I mean, it is kind of the only thing I'd say about that is it's kind of ruined. Like he sinks to the bottom of the ocean and he's kind of, I'm back at a bar. Which is fine. It's just Bond. It's a bit. It's not meant to be super realistic.
Suspension of disbelief.
Exactly, but it made for a really cool like pre-title sequence where he kind of falls in
with Adele.
Adele, I would say this. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Casino Royale theme, but this is probably my favourite Craig era theme. It's very haunting, and I would love if one day Adele did return to the second song.
They did talk about it for No Time to Die, but it didn't happen.
I know she said in a couple of interviews she kind of believes in one and done for the Bond films. She's quite happy with Skyfall. She said she wouldn't come back, but I don't know. Never say never.
Again.
Again. But I do think it's possible. Like I do think it would be great to hear. I kind of would love to see her as like the modern day Shirley Bassey of Bond, because it did feel a bit. I don't know. It just feels iconic, the Skyfall. And I remember at the time it was played on all the radios all the time. And I don't know, it sets the mood. It kind of hypes you up like, oh god, this is going to be a haunting
so
film.
Good.
And like at the end, like when obviously spoilers, Judi Dench then dies. It's just like, oh my god, they've actually killed her. And it's so the way it's shot and it's lit. The direction of this film's amazing.
It's very thematic, isn't it? Because there's this sense of old versus new. That's the theme of Skyfall, and
which I think is
beautifully constructed film.
And I think that really works well for a 50th anniversary. You're not just relying on nostalgia, but you're kind of allowing the new and the old to meet, if that makes sense. And I think as this was my first proper. I'd seen the Bond films before on like a bank holiday, but I'd never really got into it. But this is the first one where I was hooked because it wasn't just the same old story, rinse and repeat. It had some flair to it, and it was something different. And that for me really hooked me in. One of the best performances. I think this is the first one as well where we get Q in the Craig eras. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. And Moneypenny.
And Moneypenny. It's kind of weird because now looking back at it feels like they've always been there in this Craig era, but because they played such important parts, especially in the films going forward. But I would probably say it's my favourite with all of this particular Bond team. It's my favourite film with them all in, and I quite like the handover between the M's. I think it's quite good. I haven't got enough praise for this film. I mean, the only thing I'd say is it's a shame they didn't get the Sean Connery cameo that was originally planned. That would have been amazing. I don't know how.
Do you have any thoughts about Rafe Fiennes as Mallory?
Like I said, it was great. I kind of like the crossover between the two M's, and it's a big tough act to follow. It's Dame Judy Dench, so fair play to him. He kind of sealed the deal for me in this one, and although it's like a flip of a coin, this is a great film in my opinion, and the next film is utter trash in my opinion. He's still a highlight of Spectre and No Time to Die, so he's a great M as well. So yeah, this film is great, and it surpassed Casino for me. It is a 10 out of 10, and I don't give those out.
Woo!
So yeah, I can't praise it enough. It got me hooked onto this franchise, and even though I despised Spectre and I didn't mind No Time to Die as much, but didn't enjoy it on second watch as much, it would still make me look forward to the next Bond film. So yeah, bring on Bond 26, baby.
Woo!
I'm trying to keep it sweet and short because I know we're running out of time. So
Oh no, it's fine. We've got probably another hour, so we should be all right. So yeah. Oh, by the way, Harry, that's a great profile picture. I only noticed the Avatar characters in the background.
Oh, thank you.
very cool.
Yeah. Okay, so, I can't remember who was next. If it was Harry or Nick.
It's Nick next.
It was me before, but I don't mind Harry this time if you wanted to mix it up.
Who's got the least amount to say?
Well, I will say that I agree with most of what Louis said.
Yeah, that's all right. You can. Yeah, let's stick to the order then. So yeah, Nick, your turn.
Okay, well, going from my least favorite Bond film of the series, with the last one, to my absolute favorite movie of all time, Skyfall, is amazing.
Wow.
This is this is easily the best film ever made.
So it's an 11 out of 10.
It would be a 14 out of 10.
Filmmaking at its best.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, I did 11, 12, 13 for the 10 out of 10s that are like even better. 14 for 15 out of 10. So, and the Golden Eye would be 14. Sorry, Harry, not sorry. But
none taken.
This film is absolutely incredible. Apart from maybe some of the plot contrivances and plot holes, but who cares? If they do it in a fun way,
It's a Bond
they do it
movie.
in a great way. It's a Bond movie. Like you know, it's not even that big of a deal. Come to think of it, so yeah. In fact, I probably would echo most of what Louis said. Come to think of it, I mean, yeah, I see what he means with the M being the main character, or like second main character at least.
Yeah. M stands for mother in this film.
Yeah, well, in the Craig films, because with Brosnan, it's more like the traditional.
Yeah. But no, I mean,
boss
in
element,
specific,
this
Skyfall.
film, well, you can kind of see it in the other two films as well. Like previously, it was like boss, like more so, like with Bernard and Robert Brown. Here, they are going and the previous two films to a lesser extent, they are going for a more motherly role. It's less subtle. It's less in the subtext here. It's more out in the open. But yeah, as Judi Dench's departure from the series, sorry, I've got lots of bloody midgets in here. It is absolutely incredible, and they did a really great, putting it mildly, story for her to leave the series. And it's sort of like it's the You Only Live Twice of Bond, of Daniel Craig's Bond, in terms of he's killed but comes back for a second life. And it's sort of like it's sort of like a mid-series. If we say the Daniel Craig series is a little bit separate from the other ones, it's like a mid-series rejuvenation for the character. He's an old dog, new tricks, bit of rejuvenation after what happened in the pre-titles and everything that's gone down. So it's like a soft, not quite the soft reboot like GoldenEye is, but like something more akin to, say, maybe For Your Eyes Only.
It's a young man's game.
No, Spy Who Loved Me. Like something like Spy Who Loved Me. Because that was like a bit of a soft reboot midway through Roger Moore's era. With the tone and direction. But yeah, it's definitely it's like Bond re-begins, even though it's only two more films. But it's a clear kind of middle ground, because you've got the Casino Quantum story, and you're throwing Bloodstone in that era as well, and then you've got Spectre and No Time to Die, which is more connected. This one definitely is the midpoint of this era, and
it's the only one that could be a standalone.
Yeah, if it wasn't for
Of the 5.
yeah, if it wasn't for the tie-ins in the next film, yes, it would be. It's the Goldfinger in that sense of the era, because Goldfinger was, it was just going by the first 5 Connery films. That was standalone, which is a change from the book, by the way. But they made Goldfinger absolutely independent from Spectre. In the book, he was part Smirch. But so yeah, so that was in the that was different to the other films around it, because they were dealing with Spectre villains. Here, if it wasn't for the connection to Quantum and to Spectre, this would be the standalone installment of the Craig era, much like in Goldfinger was. Yeah, what was it? Something that it was something that Louis mentioned that I did disagree with. Aside from the song, which I do think the "You Know My Name" is the better song and the better titles, but Skyfall is a second favorite of this particular run of films, and currently of the century so far. We'll see what the next one's like, though. But the thing I will disagree with more is the Sean Connery cameo. I think that would have been a bad idea, and it would have been a bad idea in Die Another Day as well. Probably worse there, but I think if it would have taken the audiences out of the film if it was like, oh, it's Sean Connery as Kincaid. It's a nice idea on paper, but in execution, I think going with Albert Finney or another actor was the right call, as it was with Die Another Day, where they decided not to do that. It was a good idea. Good idea not to do that, and it's a good idea that they got somebody like Albert Finney to play that character, and it still works really effectively. I can see why they wanted to do it, but I think it works better as it is.
I agree Albert's amazing in the role. I just think for a 50th anniversary, it would have been a nice little nod. And I think Sean Connery was such a great actor that I think he could have pulled it off where...
Could have, but
a lot of people, it was a new Bond film, like a new generation of people would have grown up maybe of seeing old Connery films, but obviously his appearance, he's aged quite a bit since then. So I think for some people, they might not even realised it was, and it would have been a nice little... Oh, did you know? But I can see what you mean. It might have taken people out, but
it's the same. It's the same problem as it's the same problem as if it would have happened in Die Another Day. Although I think it's a little bit less worse here because it would have been a different character. But in both cases, they made the right call in not doing that. As great as Sean Connery is, as amazing as, and it would have been a better final film for him than League of Extraordinary Gentlemen or Sir Billy. If he was in Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, the former at least would have been covered. So yeah, he was in the From Russia with Love game though. So at least in terms of Bond, he went out on a better note than Never Say Never Again, or Diamonds Are Forever. Yeah. Other than that, I think I would probably agree with pretty much everything else you said, Louis. You basically covered it.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm glad you kind of agree with what I said.
I will add on to I will want to add one thing. I don't think you did mention. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did you talk about Silver?
I briefly said that I think he's a great villain.
Okay.
I didn't really expand, but I think his relationship with M, and again, that's kind of why it makes it more of her film.
Oh yeah,
I think that's really good.
This is one of the films where the villain really makes it. Like films like Goldfinger, The Man with the Golden Gun, GoldenEye, The Ways of View to a Kill. I can throw that one in there. Fiance, not Fiance, sorry. From Russia with Love is another one, I think. I know Doctor No is named after the villain, but you don't really see him till Act 3, so a little bit less so on that one. But yeah, there's some films that are really the villain is like really iconic to those films, and that's not even touching upon Blofeld as a character who gets them. When it comes to the modern films, I think like there's a couple of notable ones from Brosnan's era, but when you get to Daniel Craig, as really well known as Le Chiffre is, it's Silver who has to take the top spot for the best and most iconic villain of Craig's Bond films, besides maybe Blofeld, but more so by association with his 60s and 70s counterparts rather than him on his own, the Christopher Waltz version on his own. So in that sense, Silver is the best villain of the Craig era and one of the best of the whole series, I would say. As great as the Chief is, though.
Um. Okay. So, should I move on to my thoughts on
Yeah, you go
Skyfall?
ahead.
Oh, thank you, Nick. So,
Oh yeah, I
Skyfall.
finally
Well,
saw it. Oh yeah, I did. 10 out of 10. Jokingly,
oh,
15. Okay.
awesome. Yeah. So, well, this is the first Daniel Craig Bond movie I would give a chef's kiss. This movie rocks. Wow. I mean, big step up from Quantum of Solace. This is more like, I mean, thank you, Sam Mendes. Because, yeah, I think, yeah, Sam Mendes, he I mean, this and Spectre, I mean, yeah, the guy clearly knows what he's doing with Bond, and and just to give you a heads up, I think the following three films of the Craig era are pure gold, and yeah, this is a perfect 50th anniversary for the franchise. Like, it is a billion times better than the 40th anniversary that we got in Die Another Day, and yeah, and this I think was, yeah, I can see why most people would rate this as the peak of the Bond era and their favorite, because yeah, it really it get because it really does get so much right, like and I love that this is a film about Bond and M's relationship, which really makes it unique and different from the others. Particularly M's exit is incredibly emotional, and Judi Dench gives and Daniel Craig give what's the best performances of their entire career in this movie. Well, and I mean, and I think the cinematography by Roger Deakins is some of the greatest in the series, especially in China, when we see Bond go up the building and the lights just stunning, and that fight with in the Chinese bar, and the guy gets dragged away by the Komodo dragons, and then Silver's Islander. Really that's a really intimidating villain lair, and then the fight in the London Underground. That's exhilarating, and we get to see Bond's house where he grew up. So we really go back to the origins of Bond, more in his backstory with his parents, and also the guy that he grew up with, and because as we know, Skyfall is the name of his house, and I love that the final battle does take place at Skyfall, and when Bond blows up his house, quite literally, he's like, "I never liked it anyway." That was hilarious. So, and this was the first Bond movie I saw on the big screen with my mum. Even she enjoyed it a lot more than she thought she was, and also the opening sequence, one of the most shocking in the entire series, when Moneypenny shoots Bond. Take the bloody shots, and then can you imagine if Bond actually died, and then the rest of the film would have just been the credits? Well, glad that didn't happen. But then we get the phenomenal title sequence, which is just fire. This Skyfall song by Adele. Oh, it's it's tremendous. It's one of the top five
Sorry,
Bond themes.
Drink.
No problem, Ollie. I'm just quickly wrapping up my thoughts on Skyfall, and also it's great to have Moneypenny and a Q in this film finally, and I think Naomi Harris and Ben Whishaw, they're my favourite Moneypenny, because they are involved a lot more in the action than all the others. And though my two nitpicks with this movie would be the lack of Bond girls like Savine. I do like her a lot as a Bond girl. She just should have been in the film far more. She should have made it till the end. And also Silver. Well, I Javier Bardem is great as Silver, but I think as a villain, I'm probably the only one that's going to say this. I think he's a little underwhelming. Like, he doesn't appear until the second half of the film, and I didn't get his relationship with M and their history. even though at the moment where he's takes the place out of his mouth, do you know what it does to you? Hydrogen cyanide? Yeah, that freaked me out. And even
well, it's the mirror of Bond. Like he calls M mother, and
Well,
he
yeah.
says, "Look upon your work, mother." So basically,
Yeah.
you know, she's acting more maternal to Bond now, and it's the echo of what was before. But what happened was obviously she had to trade him for new agents, and
well, yeah.
obviously Silver wants revenge on her for that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
the accident, and the accident that happened to him, he blames her. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's because he was doing some hacking in China, so she gave him up. So he blames her for that.
Oh yeah.
And also, and there's hydrogen cyanide in his teeth, which is a suicide thing. They mentioned that in Die Another Day as well. And like him taking that, it doesn't kill him. So it does that, and then his whole motivation is based on that. So that's what that's all about.
I would
Yeah.
say that
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, and when he's talking to Bond about how they are the last two rats standing and they can either eat one another or eat themselves, and his death is satisfying when Bond chucks the knife in his back and he's like, last rat standing, and then and then
great line.
it's also very shocking when
I was going to say, I'm going to dispute the fact that you said he's not as affecting because he only comes like halfway through in. Firstly, Doctor No doesn't come into like Act 3 of his film, and he's still really menacing in that. And secondly, you don't have to have the villain up front and center early to make them effective.
It's not quantity, it's quality.
Heck, Renard doesn't show up to like 45 minutes into The World Is Not Enough, and that introduction is stellar.
Yeah,
in my opinion. That's a really good introduction.
With your Bond girl, I would say that, there may not be as many sexy young female bimbos around in Strawberry Fields, but I would say the film has a great Bond girl, and it's M. M is the main Bond girl of this film.
Yeah,
she carries the film.
But from Bond's point of view, would you want to lay with Judi Dench?
Would you want it?
Well, yeah.
I'm going to agree with kind of both of you. On one hand, M technically is the main Bond woman, but I would say Severin should have been in the movie longer. I wouldn't say go like to the end. I'm okay with her being killed off. Like, you don't have to have every Bond woman go to the end, but at the same time, it would have been nice to have a bit more of her.
I'm going to make the argument for Moneypenny.
It's not bad, but yeah. Well, yeah, Moneypenny's another Bond.
Moneypenny's the other Bond girl.
Yeah, she's the other Bond. Yeah.
Until she's introduced as Moneypenny at the end, you know.
Yeah.
I think it's a great way as well to modernise Bond, because it gets often lots of complaints of being sexist and chauvinistic, which it was in the olden days because it's a different time. But I think to make the main Bond girls, obviously this is a rare occasion where you could argue Judi Dench was a Bond girl, Bond woman, as you said.
Yeah.
She's not there for eye candy, but as the character. And I think obviously Moneypenny is a younger, more attractive woman, so she's kind of a bit of both, where she's relevant to the plot. Whereas I think the other Bond girl, she got killed, and I think she kind of served her time in the story. I don't think we needed her any longer.
I mean, she was going to step down. That's why they wrote it around that.
Yeah. Fair enough. But I mean, Sylvia, I think he's fine, but I think the next two antagonists are much. But I think the next two antagonists are much stronger, personally. And also, it is dramatic to see MI6 literally blow up, and it's hilarious when Bond looks at M's. Churchill dog, and he's like, of all that bloody thing survives. And then Skyfall, it's absolutely magnificent. It's an easy 10 out of 10 perfect score for me.
Nice. Despite your issues, I'm quite amazed that you gave it that. But no, thank you for being honest, Harry. It is good to actually hear a different perspective on Skyfall, because so many people love it that it's it's good for you to just point out the stuff that you felt wasn't right, and when us sort of explaining the plot wasn't a dig at you. It was just hopefully just offered some perspective.
Yeah,
Thank you for
no
challenging.
problem. Of course.
Yeah, that's why it's good to have these discussions.
So, quick question, Harry. What would be your favourite Bond film? If it's one of the next two, you can tell us then. But if it's one of the first three.
That would be No Time to Die, but I'll get to that shortly.
So basically, I know Ollie's going to say this is his favourite as well. So 3 out of 4 of us are going to say this one.
Yeah.
Well, to double check with Louis if this is your favourite.
Yeah, no, this is my favourite, as I said, definitely. Casino
Well,
Royale.
Yeah.
Louis, I can tell you that is the right answer.
I win $26.
Let the sky fall.
Actually, speaking of money, this film history repeated itself because MGM got into financial difficulties again after Quantum. Not because of Quantum this time, though. No, it was other stuff. So this film would have been 2011, I think they were aiming for originally, but because of the financial difficulties, it got pushed back to 2012. But that meant they got it in time for the 50th anniversary, and 2012 is probably the best year of Great Britain of the 21st century, with the Olympics, the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II, and now this amazing film.
You say that
2012 was the year to be British and not embarrassed about it.
You say that, but we got Series 6 of Doctor Who, so that was a bit.
That was the year before.
No, 2012.
Series 7, Part 1.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, you're even.
In which case, I agree.
You're even further in my point that it's even worse. Yeah,
apart
from awful split.
Also, let's not forget who the Prime Minister was that year.
Better than the following. Well, actually, Theresa May wasn't that bad. But after the 3 after her, better than the 3 after her.
Excuse me, miss. Can I speak now?
No,
if you want.
Thank you.
You're a naughty boy.
Thank you. Sorry, lads. Just gotta keep this rolling. But yes, I've made it no secret of the fact that Skyfall is my favourite Bond movie of all time. Not just of the Craig era, but of all time. This one, it was the first one I watched in the cinema. I watched it at a time when I wasn't necessarily a huge Bond fan. I'd seen a few of them on TV, and I'd seen, obviously, Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace, and I liked them a lot. But, I liked the first one a lot. And then Skyfall just blew me away. I was just stunned. This movie is just incredible. It's so good. It's so good. I mean, anyone who hated Quantum of Solace, Nick, anyone who hated Quantum of Solace can rest easy because this movie is so much better. It honestly, they clearly listened to the criticisms and they realized, we need to do better for the 50th anniversary. And I think having the 4-year gap actually really gave them time to assess what they were going to do and to think about how they were going to approach the next one. I think honestly, it was honestly the right time for Skyfall to come out. Was the 50th anniversary, and not least because Sam Mendes is a terrific director. He's known for being very artsy and kind of pretentious with some of his films. Like American Beauty is one of those movies where it's a bit of a love it or hate it film. You'll either love it for what the themes and ideas are, or you'll hate it because you'll think it's pretentious. I'm somewhere in the middle with that film. I will talk about that film one day because it's an interesting one. But with Skyfall, this guy clearly is a Bond fan. He loves the other films, and they wanted to make the biggest and the best Bond film ever. Going back to what I said about Casino Royale, the passion for the film is there. Like they knew Quantum of Solace was a bit of a misfire, and they wanted this to be special. And boy, was it special. Everything, the cinematography and the lighting is probably the best of the whole series. It's that good. It's just, it's stunning. I mean, and it's so colorful. It's so vibrant. I don't know if you'd agree, Nick. The color palette of this film compared to Quantum of Solace, so much more vibrant.
For the record, I don't hate Quantum. It's
okay.
my least favorite. Yeah, I mean, it's
Fair
close
enough.
to dislike, but I think it just about gets in. Yeah, but I do agree with what you said about the color palette. It's so vibrant.
This is the best one to watch on Blu-ray.
Yeah. Going to what Harry said about that fight in in the tower block in Shanghai. And you got all that blue and
the silhouettes.
Of the jellyfish. And then you go to Macau and it's all orange. It's bright and vibrant. And then the island is like beige and dusty.
And then you get the kind of cold, somber tones of Scotland. So there's a real
and London
again, old and new sort of
slightly different. Yeah,
it's everywhere. This whole theme of old and new, I love it. It's like compositionally in the script. It's in the DNA of this film. The idea of out with the old, in with the new. It's spread across in a very clever way. You know, because there's so much talk about Judi Dench's retiring. There's so much talk about Bond being an old instrument needing to rebuild himself. There's all this talk about him going back to his past, and then the present day world changing around them. And like there's this line that is said by Bond at one point. It says "Brave New World" when he's talking to Q, and the gadgets are literally a gun and a radio. That's it. And it shouldn't be this brilliant, but it is. It's just I don't know how else to describe it. Skyfall is a very clever movie. The script is fantastic. It's fantastic. If you pick apart the construction of this film, it is beautifully constructed. The ideas, the themes, not even just as a Bond movie, just as a movie, it's so layered. And you didn't get this with Quantum of Solace. It really is something, whilst familiar to a Bond fan, it's actually there's a lot more context than you realize, and that is down to Sam Mendes and his approach as a director. So, that's a 10 out of 10 already. Daniel Craig is James Bond. He is James Bond. In this movie, he is terrific. I mean, every single film he's in, he plays it slightly different. And in this one, he's playing him slightly weary and having to sort of find his energy back again. And you really see that sense of like physically. There's been so much talk about the emotional side of his Bond, but the physical side of his Bond is what's taken a toll here. And seeing him try to sort of rebuild himself. And I know, get your Dark Knight comparisons out of the way, but I don't honestly care about that. The way this film handles Bond being shot at the beginning and then having to rebuild himself, I think it's handled really well. And the reintroduction of Q and Moneypenny, this was the right time for them to come back. If they'd have come back in Casino Royale or Quantum of Solace, it might have felt forced or ill-timed. So I think having them come back in Skyfall for the anniversary was perfect. And again, if you're going to do it like this, you have to modernize it, and they do. Like Q, obviously, no one will ever replace Desmond Llewellyn, but Ben Whishaw is fantastic, and the way that Q is this computer whiz and the kind of banter that he has with Bond. I love the scene where he says, "Get on the train," and then Bond runs and jumps on the train, and then the man says he's keen to get home. Brilliant. Oh god! And then he says, "Health and safety, carry on." Like the one-liners in this film are so funny. Like this is funnier than most films that are classed as comedies. Honestly, it's there are some really good jokes in this movie, and I also love the introduction of Gareth Mallory, played by Ralph Fiennes. He becomes a bit more prominent in Spectre and No Time to Die, as obviously he takes over the role of M after Judi Dench's M dies tragically. It's tragic that Judi Dench's M dies, but again, it felt like the right time for her character to leave the series, but also really tying into that theme of old versus new and this idea of kind of rebirth. That's what Skyfall is. And that's why Bond going back to his past is such a good idea. It's so relevant because, again, with MI6 blowing up, going back to the old office, it's like we are literally kind of bringing things around in a full circle. What better time to do that than the 50th anniversary? It's just the ending of Skyfall is one of my favorite endings to a Bond film. Just walking into the old office and Moneypenny revealing herself. I mean, we all knew it was Moneypenny, but revealing herself, brilliant. And then when he goes to meet Mallory and he says, "Are you ready to get back to work?" "With pleasure, M." With pleasure. So good. And the gun barrel at the end. This one is much better than the Quantum of Solace one. It's a lot slower. It's a lot more paced. The pose is better. And then fading into the 50 years logo. On this one occasion, I let that one. I allow that because it's the anniversary. Whereas I think you and I agree, Nick, it is always better at the front of the.
It's better at the front. I would say it's better visually than the Spectre one. At least the gun barrel itself and Craig's wall. Yeah, but I agree about the front bits.
Yeah, I mean, we'll come to Spectre shortly, but
I think
sort of-
it is quite interesting how each gun barrel for Craig's era is very different, not just to one another, and to the previous ones, because they didn't really change it up until Die Another Day, and that was just a one-off thing for that film. But then in Daniel Craig's ones, they decided to have each film have its own version, whilst Die Another Day was just the bullet flying down. That was an add-on to what they previously did, but after that, each film's had their own version.
Yeah, exactly. And also, Skyfall has some of the best action of the series, like you said, not only least because of the way it's shot, like that Shanghai tower silhouette action sequence with Bond and Patrice fighting is amazing. And the opening sequence is probably one of the best in the series. Just the way it escalates from that opening shot where he just steps out of the corridor and walks forward, and then his eyes hit the light perfectly. It's beautiful. And then when he leaves Ronson, and then they have that car chase, then it's a train, then it's a digger. It's wow,
that's so cool.
Wow. And the music score by Thomas Newman is one of my favorites. So energetic, just so Bond. It's everything you could want. And I know Spectre kind of reused a few themes, a few motifs in that score because Thomas Newman came back to do that. We'll talk about that shortly, but Skyfall soundtrack is just perfect. And one of my favorite moments of the film is when we go back to Scotland and we see Kincaid, played by Albert Finney, who, as we all have said, was originally meant to be Sean Connery, but thankfully they had the good sense to realise that would have been too distracting, so they cast Albert Finney, which I think was better. And I like that M actually gets involved in that fight as well, as she gets to fire a couple of shots, even though it does cost her life, sadly. But the scene when Bond is running through the moors and the burning houses in the background, that is one of the most visually impressive scenes in any of the films. That is just wow.
And the lake fight.
Yes, the lake fight, and then of course followed by the tragic demise of M, played by Judi Dench. Judi Dench actually, this is her best performance. She is probably the standout performance of this film, but across all 7 films she was in, this hits hard, man. I mean, because she was in the Brosnan movies, even though that's another timeline, it hits you. And I think that, when she says I did get one thing right, and she looks at Bond and just the relationship and how personal it became, not that it was ever forced, but it's just sort of naturally they sort of saw each other in a different light, how he saw her as more of a mother, and she kind of became more maternal towards him just naturally. I think and I think there's echoes of this in the first 2 films with Craig, but it's not as prominent. But in Skyfall, it's very much a theme that M is for mother. That's the theme. And of course, Raul Silva, the villain. What can I say? Javier Bardem, one of the best Bond villains. Probably not the absolute best, but one of the best. His introduction is so good. And he's very creepy, the way he's talking about the rats eating each other. And then when he intimidates Severine with the whiskey glass. And I do have to say, though, one flaw I have with the film is Bond's line that he says after Severine dies. He says, "Waste of good scotch." I think that's rather flippant. I don't know if I thought that was a bit out of character. I don't know if he would say that. Because
I don't mind the line. It's more the fact it doesn't really affect him.
I don't know. To me, it just felt kind of insensitive. But maybe that's just me picking it apart too much. But and Silva as a character just phenomenal. Yes, his plan is ridiculous. His plan is stupid. But who gives a fuck? It's a Bond movie. Come on, you have to kind of go into it with a bit of disbelief. Like, how many of the other Bond films have all made sense? I mean, come on. But that whole sequence in London actually is kind of interesting when they're chasing each other through the underground and all of that, and leading to actually one of my favorite scenes in all of Bond is the poetry scene, which again some might argue is pretentious, but I think it's really good, and it actually adds to the themes of the movie, which is not so much the out of the old in the new, but this one is more like the world we're living in. It's like, how safe do you feel in this world? Everything's more in the shadows. It's nothing is as clear as day anymore. And the poem that M reads to
in the Inquiry.
I think Claire Down was her name, the MP. Yeah.
Yeah.
When she reads the poem, and it intercuts with Bond running towards the inquiry. Like that is beautiful. That's the scene that made me love this film. That was when I was like, okay, this film is a masterpiece. Just the way it executes itself. And again, Ralph Fiennes as Gareth Mallory, taking the bullet for M, amazing. Love that. He's really good in this one. And again, everyone's questioning Bond's age, but yet Bond is still trying to get himself back out there. So it's like he's not completely throwing in the towel because people are telling him he's past it. He's still got life in him. And, you know, again, there's different perspectives on old versus new. There's old versus new in that, yes, M is old and maybe needs to leave her position. But then there's also Bond, who's getting on a bit, but he just needs to recover and then he'll go back to how he was. So when you pick this film apart, it's fascinating. But I won't ramble anymore. This film is just excellent. It's really excellent. And Severine as a character is brief but very mysterious. I like her. She's very intriguing, and I feel like she's sort of kind of deeply scared of Silver, but she's sort of hiding behind this facade of this kind of sultry, sexy lady. And then with, like, Bond, somehow he can read her and sort of say, "Oh, yeah, you put on a good show, but you haven't stopped looking at your bodyguards." You know, I like that moment in the casino. Yeah. The only line I don't really get is when he says, "Put it on red. It's the circle of life." What?
I think that's because he's telling, like, it's a gambling reference and then a nod to
the Lion King.
The Lion King, because, you know, living and dying. I think that's what it's implying.
I guess so. I mean,
it's a cool reference, though.
The only sort of visual weak points are some of the CG, like the Komodo dragons are slightly obvious, but again, that's such a minor thing in comparison. And again, Rory Kinnear's Tanner, also good. So yeah, Skyfall, it's a 10 out of 10, easily. And the Adele song and title sequence, I love it. It's so good. Every time I watch the film, just the way that song starts, the way it eases in, you're like, I feel like I'm in a Bond film. And I feel like Skyfall is one of the most immersive Bond movies in that regard. But now we move on to Spectre.
Yeah.
The fourth
Do you know
film.
where Louis is gone?
I don't know where Louis is gone. He hasn't. I don't think he's sent a message.
Well, I was gonna say that I think Harry should go before me because I want to hear his and Louis' perspectives back to back. But if Louis not here, then I'm just gonna let Harry go first this time.
Oh, it's fine. I've just received a message from Louis. He's had to go because he's got to be up early, so that's fine. At least he's let me know.
In that case, I'm going to let Harry go first anyway to mix it up a little bit for this one.
Yeah, because you'll probably have more to say than Harry. So
I'm not sure. I was going to be like the middle person after those two. Like Louis was going to be like the one who doesn't like it. Harry's going to be like the one who's a big fan of it. I was going to be like the one who's like in between. So I was going to wait for them to fight it out. But no, to mix it up this time round, I'll let Harry go first.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, if you thought I would be the big defender of Spectre, then you are correct. Yes, Spectre, I freaking adore this one. This would have to be my second favourite Bond film. Yes, it's better than Skyfall. There I said it. I mean, I think this is a bigger and even more ambitious film. And it works as a perfect penultimate film for Craig, as it's the one that really ties the previous three. It ties the previous three films together, and we find out that Le Chiffre, Green and Silver were all agents of Spectre, and we also find out that Blofeld, played terrifically by Christoph Waltz, who is my favourite Blofeld, is really the one behind Bond's pain all this time. And I don't care. I defend them being Forster brothers. I love that that they were related. It adds so much more to their conflicts. Well, and Daniel Craig, he has still got it as a Bond, and he learns to love again, just like he did with Vesper. Like, because Madeline Swan, oh my god, she is my favorite Bond girl. I think she's the most underrated Bond girl. She doesn't get the acclaim that she deserves. Yeah, Leia Seydoux, wow, she is brilliant, and my god, she is absolutely stunning in that dress on the train, and I think, yeah, she and Bond just have the best chemistry, especially in the action. And I also love that she gets to help her fight Mr. Hinks on the train too. And also even Monica Bellucci as the husband of the Spectre agent that Bond kills in Mexico. Yeah, what wife? Sorry, yeah. She's the oldest Bond girl at 50, and she looks flawless, like she hasn't aged a day. And this is the first.
She doesn't look too old for Craig, because he was similar in age, wasn't he? Like late 40s.
Well, yeah. Good point.
Well, funny enough, Brosnan wanted her to be a Bond girl back in the 90s, but
really?
that request was turned down.
Could have done it.
Yeah, they could have done it.
And she could have done Spectre as well, because different timelines and obviously more.
I don't know if they would have done Spectre if she was in the Brosnan era. I don't know if she would have gone on to Spectre. Well, yeah. But then again, they have reused actors before, like
Maud Adams,
Jude Baker,
timelines as well,
and appropriate for this film, Charles Gray as Blofeld in the second time he came back.
Jump to the left.
Yeah. So, I suppose you're right. It could have. I don't know if they would have done it, but they could have. But yeah, I think it was for Tomorrow Never Dies, and I think it was the Paris Carver role, perhaps. But the studio wanted Terry Hatcher. But I think that was the one Brosnan wanted Monica Bellucci for, and possibly for that role.
Oh yeah, I'm just glad she came to the Daniel Craig era instead, and finally, first Daniel Craig Bond film where, I mean, none of the women die, so it automatically gets a perfect score for me for that.
I think it's the first one since License to Kill where none of the women.
Literally,
first one since License to Kill.
Yeah, I know, right? And also that opening scene in Mexico. That opening scene in Mexico is just perfection. It is groundbreaking. And the gun barrel, one of my favorites of the series. I love that they brought it back at the beginning, like the classic. Like exactly. It's sticking to the classic Bond formula. Then it opens with the dead are alive, and then it cuts to that glorious opening shot of a Bond and his lady walking through the Day of the Dead festival, which is one of the most
minutes of the movie.
Literally one of the most impressive opening shots I've ever seen for a film, and that helicopter fight that blew my socks off seeing that in the cinema. And I also think the meeting scene where Bond infiltrates the Spectre meeting, that is incredibly atmospheric, and Mr. Hinks, he's one of my favorite henchmen of the series, especially when he gouges out the guy's eyes. I mean,
that's grim.
I'll say, when me and Steve watched that in the cinema, Steve had to look away at that. And in
Blofeld, I went with a friend myself, and Nick, you know this is Ollie. When I went with Ollie, Ollie had to look away at that. But I can't help but thinking there was a well-placed gag that could have been used to diffuse the tension there. Should have gone to Specsavers, James. Cuckoo.
Well, it wouldn't be James they'd be talking to.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah. And I like how Blofeld is kept in the shadows in that scene.
Yeah.
It's probably the best Spectre meeting scene of the series, I think, just because of the atmosphere of it. But...
Oh, I 100% agree. Yeah. So even Spectre haters cannot fault that scene. And also... and even in Blofeld's lair, when Blofeld drills through Bond's head, Steve had to look away at that too. So this movie is goes really dark. Yes, I love that. Yes, and even the MI6 regulars, M and Moneypenny and Q, I think they're even more involved this time than they were in Skyfall, because they have the storyline where C from Spectre is completely shuts down the 00 program for and then and I love the rivalry between him and M. Now we know what M stands for, moron, and now we know what C stands for. and then and also, but probably the funniest line in the film is when the waiter gives Bond a drink that looks like shit, and he's like, "Can you do me a favor? Throw that down the toilet." And then,
Daniel Craig gets to say the shaken not stirred line in this film. He doesn't get the drink, but he's got what you said. He gets the line.
Literally, and
this is definitely Craig's funniest performance of the 5 films.
Totally. I love how he gets to.
Does he say shaken not stirred in No Time to Die? I thought he might have, but I might be wrong.
No, I don't think so. But obviously in Casino Royale, he says vodka martini, and then the guy says shaken not stirred, and he says, "Do I look like I give a damn?" So
so he says it. To the letter this time round. He just doesn't get the drink.
Yeah, totally. I love how he's cracking jokes more in this one, and I also love that the finale takes place in London, because of course Bond is a primarily British franchise. When Bond rescues Madeleine from the exploding MI6 building, and then he has Blofeld at gunpoint, but I love that Bond gets a happy ending for the time being. Blofeld is arrested, and he gets to go and marry Madeleine. So finally, he's found happiness after all he's been through. Oh my God, that title sequence, electrifying with
very
the big
dark,
the big octopus and Sam Smith's writings on the wall. I mean, underrated song. I adore that song, and I don't care what anybody thinks. I think it really deserved the Oscar. So I mean, I am gonna rate Spectre a easy 10 out of 10 and 5 stars out of 5.
Nice. Last thing, Harry. What were your thoughts on Mallory? Because he has obviously quite a lot more to do in this one. Skyfall.
Yeah, Mallory, I liked a lot. I mean, even better than he was in Skyfall, and and I do. And like I said, I love that he and Moneypenny and Q were even more involved at this time.
Nice. And last question: favorite action scene in Spectre?
Favorite action scene? Probably a tie between the opening scene in Mexico and the one in where Bond and Madeleine escape Blofeld's lair.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to agree. I'm going to agree with you on that as well. It's between those for me. Although the bit where they're escaping Blofeld's lair is also really cool. So I'll throw that as an honorable mention.
I like that one. I know it's brief, but I like the way they reuse that music from Skyfall. I actually
they got a world record for that as well, with the explosion. Biggest practical explosion on film.
Yeah,
that made the Guinness Book of World Record.
Blofeld to get the scar. That's a very clever little detail.
It was it's the initial explosion with the watch, but it all kicked off with that. And we see them escape it. They see them in the car, so it's not like they couldn't come out of nowhere. Might miss it on a first view, but on repeat viewing, it's like, oh wait, hang on, they're escaping. They're coming back later. Which, to be fair, it's Blofeld. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Even if they didn't come back later in the film, if it was the next one, that would still make a lot of sense.
Well, Nick, you know the shot where you see the helicopter flying away after the explosion. In the corner of the shot, you can see the Jeeps that's driving off. Yeah,
that's
so
what
Blofeld
I'm talking
obviously had his guards who got him out quickly.
Him and that butler guy and maybe some others.
Yeah, but anyway, so from one little cuckoo to another, Nick.
Okay,
you're going to be in the middle of this, I think. So.
I'm in the middle. I don't know if you. Well, you're not. I don't think you're going to dislike it. I think you're.
Oh no,
probably like it more than me, but not as much as Harry. Yeah.
I
okay.
I have some changing thoughts, but I do still really like Spectre.
Okay. Well, I think most of Spectre's really good, to be honest. I know it's got its detractors, but to be honest, I think most of it's really good. I can understand the pacing issues, but I don't really mind them as much. Like Skyfall, it's and some of the older films, it's taking its time to build up the story. It maybe is a bit slower than some of the others, but I think I think when we were talking about Quantum's pacing, and Louis mentioned Spectre's, for me, I think it depends on if you prefer the fast-paced stuff or the slower-paced stuff. And I think you've got the two extremes with these two films. And I think Skyfall, therefore, going back to that one briefly, is the perfect middle ground for that, which is something I touched on earlier. But I totally understand like the slow-paced stuff getting to people. I don't mind it too much, to be honest. I think it's fine.
I didn't find it that slow, to be honest.
Yeah,
long, yes, but not.
It's
slow.
long, yeah, no. But yeah, I get that. I don't mind it. I get it though. It's definitely one of the more build-up ones, and there's not a huge amount of mystery to it, apart from who's the guy putting the strings and his connection to Bond. Yeah, that's what we find out later. Actually, that does bring me on to probably I actually have to disagree with you on this, Harry. I do not like the idea of them being adopted brothers. I think it'd be worse if they were step brothers or brothers in general, or half brothers. But if it was blood related, the adopted brothers is less worse than that. But I still don't really like that idea. I think what they had back in the books in the older films, where they were just two guys who did know each other and they're like enemies, and I think that was better. But it could have been worse, to be honest. So I'm not going to bash it too much right now.
In that sense, Nick, would you say that Spectre tries to copy Skyfall in that it sort of going back to the past and sort of going back to Bond's past, and
it's got similar elements. I think if it was Franz Oberhauser being Bond's adopted brother, that's fine. But Ernst Stavro Blofeld, no.
Yeah,
Hans Oberhauser in the Octopussy short story was the guy who taught Bond how to ski, and they incorporated that into this story. And he gets murdered, but different character, different point in time in that. Octopussy's father, actually. But here it's his own son. But yeah, because later they do the Raf Khan thing where he's like, John Harrison, no, my real name is Khan, and they do that, and it's I think that kind of lets it down. I think it would have been better if Blofeld was his own character without hiding behind another name, or they were separate characters.
Yeah, I think because most of us Bond fans also know, like, when you call the film Spectre, you kind of know who the villain is. So,
well, to be honest, you could do like a Dr. No from Russia of Thunderball, where your main villain is not Blofeld, but Blofeld. Well, he was not in Doctor No, but he could still be in it. He's the guy running the show behind the scenes, but then you've got the person who's the main villain as the face of the film, the main villain, and then the next one could be Blofeld, which is actually that's the reverse of what happened actually. But yeah, I'm not really so keen on that reveal. I think Christoph Waltz is fine in the role. I think he's better in the next one though. I think they improved on Blofeld with the next one. More on that later.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a great actor, but I don't think he was quite as good as Blofeld. Less so here than in the next one. Donald Pleasance is going to be the best in my opinion. He's the most iconic as well. Telly Savalas, even Charles Gray, I think I would put above Christoph Waltz in terms of as Blofeld. Although again, next film, he is better. Christoph Waltz is better. So more on that later though. Although Hinks is a great hench villain, he's probably the most notable hench villain of the Craig films at this point. Although next film again, we got a few we haven't really had a proper at this point. The previous three films we didn't have a proper henchman. The last good one, in my opinion, was Zhao. He's at the very least the last notable one, besides Elvis. And then you got Mr. Hinks, and he's like, okay, yeah, this feels more classic. That's great. He disappears halfway through, or at least at the end of Act 2. Like you get that scene on the train, which I agree is really great, and Madeline does look brilliant, amazing in that dress. and there's a really cool scene, and she gets involved
Yeah.
in that, even though she doesn't like guns and so forth.
Can I just say, I love his one line.
Yeah.
He says, "Shit."
Yeah, he's definitely supposed to be like a Jaws-esque character or an Oddjob-esque character. But then they attach him to the hook, and he gets pulled out the train, and then we don't see him again. Like, does he die? Like, he could have done a Jaws and come back and maybe had a proper death scene later. But as it was, it's a bit like after a great fight scene, it's a little anticlimactic. First time round, I didn't think that bit because I was expecting him to come back. But they don't do a Jaws with him. They killed him, and not in a. It's an all right way, but a bit anticlimactic when you're setting this guy up to be the new Jaws or Oddjob-esque character, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even Xenoronotop, like they pop up every now and again. You think you've dealt with them, but no, actually, not for very long. So. Yeah, so I think that could have been done a bit better. I understand the criticisms with the ending, like there's a whole other bit added on for the last half hour or something, less than a half an hour. But I'm okay with it. I think it's some good action there. I do understand.
It was kind of needed though, wasn't it? Because
Yeah.
of the Nine Eyes launch.
Yeah, they needed to wrap that up. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, Andrew
Scott.
Yes. Oh my God, he's so good. So good in that role. Yeah, I'm actually glad they didn't go. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't go with their original idea of M being the baddie, because we literally just introduced a new M, and you're going to make him a traitor straight away.
I mean, they kind of semi-resurrected that idea from No Time to Die, but not really.
Not like
it was more of a mislead.
Yeah, and person in charge of the Secret Service trying to do something right, but ends up backfiring. They can't take responsibility straight away. But no, like what I meant was like they were planning on him being a baddie, like the C character, and thankfully Ray Fiennes pushed back against that, and I am totally with him on that.
Yeah, especially because it might have made Skyfall feel redundant if they did that.
Not just that, it would have been a bad move, full stop, to make M the bad guy. And spoiler alert: one of the books, one of the first Kim Sherwood 00 book does have Bill Tanner turn out to be a traitor, and I wasn't really a fan of that. That was one of the bits of that book I wasn't really a fan of. It's a great book for the most part, by the way. Same with Hurricane Gold regarding another character from the short stories who also appears in the films, although slightly differently. But not as much with that one. I think the Writing on the Wall song's okay, but I'm not a fan of that. Funny enough, that's my mum's least favourite song. But I do agree the titles, they do look quite dark. It's definitely interesting take on them after Skyfall, Casino Royale, and the Brosnan ones by Daniel Kleinman. MK12.
A lot of people describe it as kind of like a kind of homage to like Japanese porn because of the tentacles.
Yeah.
But I like the way they show
that's actually
and Madeline and Bond falling.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
Yeah. Interestingly, both that one and No Time to Die. Actually, not so much No Time to Die, but this one definitely does the majesties of showing stuff from previous films, although not so much Quantum. Actually, I thought them flying in the air the first time was a Quantum reference when I saw that, but it is supposed to be Madeline. So, actually, Quantum doesn't really it gets name dropped, and Green gets dropped, but they don't really show any pictures or clips from it anywhere. It's more Casino and Skyfall. Kelvin did a very good bit in his review, like a little bit of a sketch. Like when Blofeld putting all the posters up, he decided to skip Green.
Yeah.
Overall, because it's getting late, I think we should speed run this in the next film. Because we spoke too much about Casino and Quantum. Overall, I think this is a good film. I think it could have been better. But I don't dislike it. I don't think it's bad by a long shot.
Yeah.
A little bit long, a bit slow in places, but that's fine. Some elements I disagree with, and I think could have been changed. Some original ideas that worked better other ideas I'm glad they got rid of, because there's some original ideas floating out there. You can hear like bullets and it's not bullets and blockbusters anymore, but it's
Did you say anything about Madeline Swan?
Oh yeah, I know I haven't. I don't think Madeline's that great in this film, but she's really good in the next one. Lady Seydoux really good though. She's really. I think.
And
I
also,
can see what
Mr. White is worth mentioning. Her connection to Mr. White.
Yeah,
as well.
I'll get back to him in a second. I think I can see what they want to do with Madeline. I see their intention. I don't think it quite works here, but the next film, now I'm getting it. I get it more. So, I mean, I get it more than most people, but I get it even more thanks to No Time to Die. I don't think they're married though. I think the guy in No Time to Die thought they were married, but I don't think they ever did. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they ever said so. Certainly not in this film.
It's only ever implied, really.
It's implied, yeah.
Stated.
Anyway, and that's for Mr. White. Well, I'm glad he didn't die at the end of Quantum now, because we got a great scene here. He's not in the movie that much, but he gets a great final scene. And I think the connection does work. Again, seeing what they want to do with it. This is supposed Madeline is the Tracy stand-in for this universe. For this timeline, sorry, I mean.
So, if you have no other thoughts, what would be your rating?
8 out of 10.
Out of 10.
And my 25 films ranking, I think I put it 17th. Above Doctor No, but below Octopussy.
So it's just below the middle.
Sorry?
It's below the middle.
Below the middle, yeah. But everything above number 20, everything above, everything from Doctor No up is 8, 9, or 10 out of 10. So
That's good.
Everything from number 18 onwards is a top 3 scorer, the top 3 numbers. And apart from Quantum, everything else is 6 or 7.
Cool. Excellent. So I will try and be as concise and as quick as I can, because obviously it's quite late. So, and we've got one more film to do. So Spectre, I've never got the hate for this film. I've never understood why people hate it so much. Yes. Is it as good as Skyfall? No. Is it a bad film? Also no. Mm-hmm. I was on a high with this film for many years. I was obsessed with it, thinking that, wow, this is a really great Bond film. I have begun to see there are some flaws with it, so my score for the film has changed a bit. But I do still really like it, and I think that it is very underappreciated for what it tried to do. And I think while Skyfall tried to tell a story that was very much about old versus new and the idea of death and rebirth, Spectre is very much telling a story about, surveillance, global surveillance, about, data and the way we use data, the way data is used against us. The idea of Spectre as a group trying to overthrow global surveillance and, being this kind of all-seeing eye, that Blofeld is everywhere. I like that idea, and I think that is the theme that they play off very well. The idea of Bond and Blofeld being sort of foster brothers, I can understand why people don't like that. It doesn't bother me too much, but I can see how people find it underwhelming. It perhaps is a little contrived. I think that is the part of the film where it does repeat Skyfall in some regards, with going back into Bond's past and sort of delving into a bit more of his backstory. They didn't really need to tie them together personally, but it was interesting nonetheless. And the idea that this Spectre was the film that kind of tied a loose connection between the first 3 movies and this, in that all the previous villains were connected to Spectre and Blofeld. So it's almost like the first 3 could build up to this, which is interesting. I didn't find many pacing issues, to be honest. I was enjoying it just fine. The action sequences are good. They're probably not the best action scenes, but some of them are really impressive. Like the train fight is probably my favorite action scene, bar the escape from Blofeld's lair. I think that is awesome. Credit to them for that explosion, because winning a Guinness World Record, that is nothing to be sniffed at. the opening, I agree with Harry, is incredible. The opening scene is actually one of the best scenes in all of Bond. I think it's so immersive with that opening tracking shot that goes into the Day of the Dead parade, and then followed by the chase sequence, and then the helicopter fight where Bond gets the ring off Sciarra is very impressive. Even though, yes, there's some CGI there, I still think that for the most part it's very impressive. I also like the fact that we get a cameo from Judi Dench's M, where she sends Bond a video message about Sciarra, so she was kind of on the trail of Spectre. So kind of like Casino and Quantum, Spectre feels like a direct continuation after Skyfall, so now we're kind of bringing all the films together slowly. And then obviously No Time to Die will resolve that. But yeah, Spectre is great. I honestly think it's great. I like the finale very much in London. I think the Nine Eyes plot works very well, and the character of C, I actually forgotten his real name. I think his name is Max. I think
Max Denby. Yeah,
Max Denby. Thank you. Yeah, but everyone calls him C, so which is quite a good joke. And I think this might be my favorite performance of Ralph Fiennes as Mallory. He gets a lot to do in this one, and he's feeling the pressure, as they say, as he's overtaken MI6. And it's almost like, again, kind of like Skyfall, out with the old in with the new, but in a way where it's like global surveillance is preventing the 00 section from being relevant, because everything they do is being watched. So what can they do? So he's in an impossible situation, and I like the stakes of this movie, and I think that it works very well for the drama. I mean, the cinematography is once again gorgeous and amazing. I mean, Hoyt van Hoytma's cinematography is great. Roger Deakins did a great job with Skyfall, but
actually, I do want to jump in with something quickly, because we were talking about color palette on the last film.
Yeah.
For some reason, this one's got a bit more of a yellow tint on quite a lot of it. Not just the desert stuff. It's got a bit more of a tint.
I think the word you're looking for is sepia.
Yeah.
Sepia tone. There is a tint to this film.
That's a choice.
I don't really mind it too much. I think it works for the locations of this film, and the fact that this is slightly darker, slightly more mysterious than Skyfall. And I think it looks really nice, even though the titles are very dark. But again, I'm glad that they didn't try to copy Skyfall too much in that regard.
I think they copied more Majesties than Skyfall's.
The music score is very reminiscent of Skyfall. There are a couple of new themes in there, but a lot of the music you hear in this is similar to Skyfall. But I don't mind that so much, because Skyfall has such a great soundtrack.
To be fair, John Barry reused a lot of motifs across his films. Not as much, but he did do it. So
yeah,
David Arnold might have as well. So it's not really a problem. It's just maybe it was a bit too obvious on which ones.
Yeah, and for me, Craig's performance is the funniest. I think this is the one where I laughed at him the most. I think the jokes in this one are some of the best that he's got. Well, I suggest you trust me for the sake of the cats. And then there's the do me a favor, throw that down the toilet, cut out the middleman, and of course everyone's favorite one. Now we know what C stands for. Which is brilliant. And just all the great one-liners in this film. Again, much like Skyfall, this is funnier than most comedies, and I think for me that really it helps it feel like, to me, Spectre is one of the first times in the Craig era where it feels a bit closer to some of the classic elements, although it is still stooped in realism and slight darkness. And I mean, it's pretty, it's pretty serious at times when you've got the Mr. White scene where he finds Mr. White dying from the thallium, I think is what it is. Like he's infected
in the house.
Yeah, some kind of poison or whatever. And then we find out that Madeline is Mr. White's daughter. So again, making these kind of little connections with the Craig era to make it feel not episodic, but sort of more connected, if that makes sense. Although I guess it kind of does end up feeling episodic when you get to No Time to Die. But yeah, I liked the Mr. White scene. I thought it was a good way to bring his character back, and I'm glad that we got the resolve of that, because now it makes Quantum of Solace a bit more relevant. and everybody was saying, "Oh, I want the Quantum story to be finished," and they kind of did that with Spectre, I guess you could say. As for Christoph Waltz, I've always liked him as Blofeld. Maybe he could have done more, maybe he couldn't. Whatever, that's up to you to decide. I thought he gave a solid performance in this film, given the script he had to work with, and he didn't play it like a camp pantomime villain. He played it rather sinister. And the scene where you get to his lair, it's all quite tense, and there's this dark room where there's this meteorite or something, and he kind of appears out of the shadows. Not quite as a powerful entrance as Silver, but still decent enough. And the design of the lair is pretty awesome. You know, I think. As Bond villains go, Blofeld's got a pretty big lair. So yeah,
it's very Moonraker coded.
Yes, you're right.
That room.
It does feel like that. And when Bond and Madeline put on the different suits the different suit and a different dress that blend more with the environment, I like that very much. And yeah, it's 2.5 hours long, but I never felt bored. And I think the ending where he tells James to finish it, Bond decides to not kill him and give up this life and be with Madeline. And like Harry said, he learns to love again. And we're sort of seeing a bit more of a humanization of Bond. It's further extended in No Time to Die, but the Spectre, where he says, I'm out of bullets and I've got something better to do. So he realizes that this whole, Blofeld wants him to do this. He wants the satisfaction. But
I will say him saying finish it does feel a little out of character for Blofeld compared to like the older Blofelds. Like they would try to hang on for life as much as he can, so like trying to escape as best and trying to survive. Like
I see what you mean.
Diamonds trying to escape in that mini sub when everything was going tits up. And
I see what you mean, but I think Blofeld personally knows that Bond won't do it. He's just egging him on because he likes intimidating him. He wants his part of his revenge, I think, is for Bond to feel pressured into doing that, given their connection. But maybe it doesn't quite come across that way. But that's how I read it.
I suppose if it's for this particular version of the character, I can see why they would do it. But
the thing is,
in general,
I think as well, Bond probably realizes that because Blofeld is injured, he can't go anywhere. He's going to be arrested, so he's going to suffer anyway. It's probably better to keep him alive so he can suffer in a cell. And then, it obviously prompts Bond to make that choice. When he's looking from Madeline to M, as to whether to choose to keep his job or to retire and just live happily ever after, he obviously chooses the latter. So, and that's the one thing that has changed my score of Spectre slightly is the I guess you could call it a love story. The Bond and Madeline relationship is a little bit rushed. It is further extended in No Time to Die, so I guess it kind of makes up for it. But in Spectre, it's a bit haphazardly done, I guess. I don't know. It's like they're sort of trying to make Madeline a bit of a Vesper-like character, but then I think they did that because they wanted
more Tracy. I think actually.
But I think they did that because they wanted Craig to have a sense of completion, because I don't think anyone was really certain if Spectre was going to be his last one. So Sam Mendes wanted to give him that sense of an ending, even if, because if No Time to Die never happened, then it means Spectre could have ended with him riding off with a girl.
That's why
there is some kind of, you could look at it whichever way you want, but I think with the Craig era, you've got multiple endings you could choose. If you don't like No Time to Die, if you don't like Spectre, end with Skyfall because it's a full circle. Or if you don't like No Time to Die's ending, end with Spectre because he rides off with Madeline into the sunset. So choose your ending by all means. But and as for Léa Seydoux, I think she's very good in this part. I like her very much, and I like her place in the story. She's a bit more of a personal character. She's discovering a lot of truths about her father that she didn't really want to discover, and she's come out of hiding to sort of help Bond. And when they come into that secret room in the hotel where he finds the tape of Vesper and she sees the images of her father, it's true that there was an emotional connection there. She kind of buried it, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, more on that next time. But yeah, and as for Writings on the Wall, it's a good song. It's not as good as Adele's song, of course, but it works well.
Mhm.
The titles. I think it's a bit arrogant to say that you wrote it in 20 minutes, but putting that to one side, I still really enjoy it, and I think Spectre is a great movie because it illustrates the point of today's world. Like, there's so much data, surveillance, it's everywhere.
Mhm.
Like, and if someone were to have control of that, that could be very dangerous. I think
Mhm.
bringing back Spectre as an organization and Blofeld back into this series is great, and it was the right time to do it, especially after Skyfall was so successful. And Sam Mendes does
Well,
a decent job directing. I mean, clearly not as polished as the previous movie, but I still really enjoy this movie. It's great fun. It's got a lot of heart. It's got a lot of emotion. It continues the Craig arc very well. It connects the dots where it needs to, and it has a sense of completion. So if you don't want to watch the next film, you don't have to. So for me, I'm going to score it a 9 out of 10. I did used to give it full marks, but I'm going to have to knock it down. And also Monica
fair.
Bellucci, I like her. I think she's good in her 5 minutes of screen time. And the Spectre meeting is wonderful. That is a chilling scene. And lastly, the Mr. Hinks, played by Dave Bautista, is silent but deadly character. Love his line. Shit. Love it. And also
It's so
Moneypenny. Moneypenny and Q, they're great in this film. They have a lot more to do, and same with Tanner. They've all got bigger roles, which is great. And Moneypenny having a bit of a fling with someone, which is kind of nice to see.
I do have a nice out of you, James.
Yes, but
It's-
Spectre
That's
is
giving me Samantha Bond vibes there as well, because she was on a date in GoldenEye. So I don't. Her role doesn't necessarily resolve around Bond, and I think that was a fun inclusion.
yes.
I think the dynamic's different here because they're more like friends rather than flirty, like people who fancy each other.
I mean, Bond and Moneypenny's they've always been flirty, but it's more just been like
the
suggestive.
90s
It's
kind of moved
banter. It's not really. It's nothing that progresses.
Yeah, the 90s they kind of updated it, but this is slightly different.
Yeah.
Even
Anyway,
more.
we're veering away from the subject. Anyway, so yeah, like I said, my rating for Spectre is 9 out of 10. Not the strongest of the Craig films, but a very good one, and I think a very underappreciated one. But now we move on to the fifth and final movie of his.
Before we do that, I'm just going to mention that the reason they brought Spectre back now is because they didn't have the rights to Spectre and the Thunderball and all that after their deal with Kevin McClory finished after using Blofeld and Diamonds Are Forever. And then they couldn't use any of that until 2013 after they settled with McClory's estate. So as of 2013, Eon and now Amazon have the rights to every single Bond book and story for the films. So they got all the film rights to it. So they were able to bring Spectre back after that, and then coupled with the success of Skyfall, they were able to follow on that with the Spectre story, which is probably why they wanted Quantum was the sort of stand-in for it for a while.
Yeah,
and then I guess they want
also,
to try that in as well.
As a footnote to that, I'd like to add also that the Bond game Bloodstone has an ending, which is not necessarily it's not canon or confirmed or whatever, but it's. I mean, I like Calvin Dyson. I like to assume that maybe the character Nicole, who was pursued by Bond at the end of that game, who was saying, "Oh, he's everywhere. He's bigger than all of us," could have been referring to Blofeld. With Spectre now coming out in 2015,
I think that's a retroactive, theory.
Yeah,
because
so
it wasn't
because
intended to at the time, but
As I was saying, because Bloodstone is an original story, and I mean it is a game, but obviously, if you wanted to say it was a film, it could have been the film 2.5 of Craig between Quantum of Solace and Skyfall. So almost as like a prelude to Spectre, you could include that as canon, which I think would be interesting. Or she's referring to people in Quantum like Dominic Green, but then I don't know. I feel like Bloodstone would come after Quantum of Solace, but
it does. I think at the time it was probably going to be whoever's going to be the main baddie of the next game, or whatever they were going to build up to. But because that never happened, we've retroactively assumed it's Blofeld now.
Yeah. Let's headcanon it
Put
and
it
say
headcanon. Yeah.
let's headcanon it and say
Yeah.
potentially Blofeld. Again, never going to be
Yeah.
confirmed, but
I don't think it was good. I don't think it was supposed to be, but headcanon, we
Yeah.
can say it is now.
in my opinion and in your opinion, we think it's
Yeah.
Blofeld. So
We think it's-
we can
As of
leave that
2015.
So yeah, now we move on to the fifth and final movie of Daniel Craig's era, No Time to Die.
No Time to
So,
Die.
yeah,
Yeah, I think we
Harry.
should speed on this one.
Take it away.
Oh, No Time to Die. Wow. This movie deserves the biggest chef's kiss. Oh my God. This film is a cinematic masterpiece, a full freaking stop. And it's not only my favorite Daniel Craig Bond movie, it's my favorite Bond film in general. And one of my favorite movies, periods. Like, and this was the first Bond movie that my sister got to see back in October 2021 when we saw it together. Even she was coming out of it like, "Wow, that was so good!" Yeah, and that was an 11 out of 10, and I could not agree more. I mean, I know, yes, even though Danny Boyle just stepped down from the director, I'm glad we got Cary Joe Fukunaga, and I'm so pleased that after this film being the most delayed film ever because of the pandemic, good comes to those who wait, and we got it, and it was more than worth the wait. I think Daniel Craig gives his greatest performance, not just as Bond, but of his entire career here. And Bond has fully become humanized now. He's learned to he's not only learned to love Madeline, but realizes that Madeline did not betray him. It was Blofelder that deceived him the entire time to make Bond think that Madeline was Vesper 2.0, but of course she wasn't, and I think that giving Bond a daughter was a beautiful idea. I mean, but Bond has slept with countless women for 25 movies now. It was inevitable he was going to father a child sooner or later.
You say that in the books, he does father his son towards the end.
Yeah, of course, and also, yeah, and I think I love that the Bond girls, I think, are the best they've ever been in the Bond franchise, and not just from Madeline being the heart of the film. And I think Madeline's even better in No Time to Die. I do agree with Nick, and but also Nomi, I defend Nomi big time. I think she is way too overhated. I think Lashana Lynch, she is splendid in the role. I love that she plays a 00 agent who really who's like who of course MI6 have hired in Bond's absence since his retirement, and she and him work so well together. And also Ana de Armas as Paloma, the fan favorite character of the film. Yes, even though she's only in one scene at Blofeld's birthday party. Yeah, literally. Yeah, I love that Ana de Armas included that line, but she leaves the biggest impact. And
they wanted her to say it because she kept saying it on set. They asked her to have say it on the screen.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it also, I love that they were able to include her because her and Daniel Craig, I think, were filming Knives Out at the same time, which
he recommended her because they worked together on Knives Out.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because No Time to Die production was delayed, they were able to make Knives Out because of that.
That's great.
Yeah, so because the initial delay, he got to star in Knives Out, and then when he did come around for Bond 25, he was able to recommend Anna for one of the Bond girl roles. And history is made.
Indeed. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, it all worked out. And
I mean, out of all
also,
the characters so far, Paloma's the one everyone wants a spin-off of.
oh yeah, I can see why. I hope she gets one. And
Yeah, I mean,
Matilda, Madeline and
Matilda.
Bond's daughter. Yeah,
Great.
she is absolutely adorable.
She is.
And yeah, she really is. I mean, kudos to the child actress. And also, I think this is the darkest and biggest and most emotional and most epic of the Bond films. I think the cinematography, it's even better than the cinematography in Skyfall and Spectre. I didn't think that was possible, but just and the opening scene is very different, as it's the first Bond opening that did not focus on Bond, but from the perspective of the Bond girl, where we get to see Madeline's backstory, where how Safin came to kill Mr. White, her father, but he found her and her mother instead, and how he rescued her from the lake. And oh yes, Nick.
Yeah, actually, I've got slight correction there. I would say actually, Live and Let Die is the first one not to be from Bond's perspective. You could actually argue from Rush of Love, because it's a fake Bond. Plus, No Time to Die for like the first 7-8 minutes, and then it cuts back to present day, and it kind of follows Bond for most of that as well.
Yeah, you are right. And then the opening action scene in Matera is wow.
That being said, you are absolutely right about the rest of that.
Totally. And the opening action scene in Matera with Bond and Madeline's honeymoon, and then Spectre arrives, and and then all hell breaks loose. And I mean, that alone opens the movie with a complete emotional gut punch, and the title sequence is my absolute favorite of the series, and Billie Eilish's "No Time to Die." Oh, underrated Bond theme, and my personal favorite. Oh my god, that's a song that is pure fire, and because Billie Eilish never misses, and also there's a ton of action in this movie. It's the longest Bond film at 2 hours and 45 minutes, and 43. 43 and yet it's and yet it never, those 2 hours and 43 minutes never flew by faster. And I mean, like
first 2 hours especially,
easily, like when you got like it's all action, like Spectre kidnapping Oberchef in London, and then Blofeld's birthday party action scene, and then Felix Leiter's death on the boat, so which was very dramatic indeed. And I do like that we got to see Jeffrey Wright as Felix one last time, and also the Forster chase under but the finale in Safin's lair. Oh my god, that is the peak Bonder climax for me. It really is. And also Logan Ash as the henchman, the Twister villain. I think he really worked. I did not see that coming. That he was working for Safin this entire time, and when he kills Felix, you really cheer when Bond, crushes him with the car in the forest, and then because Billy Manderson is known for playing comedy roles, so I'm glad he got to play a more serious one this time. And I think Blofeld has done better in No Time to Die, even though he's not in it as much. But yes, and then even his death is very shocking. How Bond unintentionally kills him with Heracles, like the entire Heracles thing. It's really, that's a really cleverly written, how that's become a bioweapon that was designed by M, but then it unintentionally got into the wrong hands, and then as for the villain,
unintentionally they stole it.
Exactly. And as for the villain Lucifer Safin, he's the unbeatable Bond villain for me. I think Rami Malek was born to play a Bond villain, and I also, he's both Bond and Madeline's personal foe. He really does get under their skin, and he wishes that Madeline was his wife instead of Bond's, and he wishes Mathilde was his daughter. Hence why he really, hence why he kind of takes Matilda captive. I love how she bites his hand and he lets her go, because he's like, well, if I can't have her, then neither can Bond. So, and the final fight between Bond and Safin is extra brutal when he shoots Bond several times, and then Bond breaks his arm, and then turns out he poisons Bond with Heracles so that he can never touch Madeline and Mathilde again, which is the cruelest thing a Bond villain has ever done to Bond. And then, and of course, we all know what the emotional ending is by now, but Bond's death, the only time they've ever killed off Bond, and I was emotionally in pieces by the ending, and I will forever defend this decision. I know not everybody will agree with this decision, but I think it works for me. And I mean, how predictable would it have been had Bond just retired again? I think it was the right way to go. And the final line where Madeline says to Mathilde, "Oh, his name was Bond, James Bond," that was absolutely beautiful. And they also play the "We Have All the Time in the World" song in the credits to add to that added to the emotion even more. And one last thing, Prima, probably my favorite henchman with his bionic eye, and it's hilarious how Bond takes him out with Q's watch. And getting to see Q's cats in this film, that was a bonus too, after they were mentioned in Spectre. No Time to Die, absolute perfection for me. An easy 11 out of 10.
Yeah, I've got to agree with most of that as well, actually. Yeah, first of all, this film has had a lot of hate, more so in more recent years. But I'm not going to go into that because I can't be asked because it's so late. And also not to drown the mood. Also, I heard some things about Cary Fukunaga afterwards, some accusations. Not on this film, but on other projects. But I don't know if that's actually gone anywhere with those accusations. I think Ollie knows what I'm talking about. I'm not going to touch upon those because I don't know how true they are or what's happened afterwards. Okay, back to positivity mode. Yeah, I think I would agree with the majority of what you said. I don't think it's one of the best. I put it fourth on my ranking. 10 out of 10, obviously. I wouldn't say I agree with every single thing you said, but I think I would agree with most of it. Like what I did with Louis on Skyfall. Prima is, I would say he's my favourite villain or henchman of the series. I mean, you've got the more iconic ones earlier on as well, don't forget. But he's definitely the best one of the Craig era, in my opinion. He's, certainly for this film, at least. But then again, as I mentioned, this film is really good for hench people. Like, after a bit of a drought, after Die Another Day with hench people and Elvis, in Awful, and then you got Mr. Hinks in the last film, but then he just disappears. And now we've got 5 baddies in this one, at least. Staffin, Blofeld's back, and then you got 3. Ovechev's not really a henchman, but he's sort of like an antagonist character. But you've got 2 really notable henchmen, secondary villains, who are really great. So you've got a roster. The only thing missing would be a female villain. I think that's one thing the Brosnan does better here, is having a bit more variety there. That being said, the Bond girls here are awesome. Madeline is definitely better than the last film. Nomi is great. I don't mind her being 007 because it is a code name. Bond's retired. Another character can do it, and they had to cast her just so that the people wanting a female or black Bond. They got compromised because I don't think they all cast. Well, they won't cast a woman as Bond. They might cast a black actor. We'll see how that goes. If they do, stick to that. Unless you've got to do another hard reboot afterwards. But yeah, it was a good compromise, and I think it works out fine. I don't see any criticism. I don't see the pointed criticisms are outside of the character existing. Is Ollie asleep? I think he's asleep. I think he's going to turn this off when we're finished. Anyway, Nomi's awesome. And Lashana Lynch is brilliant. Again, another potential character for a spin-off. Yeah, they were talking about having a Jinx spin-off back in the day, but that didn't happen. And what Louis was saying with Camille. But I think if they ever did these spin-offs, besides Moneypenny, which was a rumor last year, it'd be these two characters. I think would get the most popular one. No, Paloma especially, who, like, I would like her to be more in the film, but what we got with her was peak. So, no complaints there. The only kind of downside is she and Bond didn't get another meeting after that because she said, next time stay longer. I will. And they don't meet again. So that's a bit of a shame, but that aside, but she's awesome. So I'm not going to complain too much other than we could have had a bit more of her, but that's fine. The MI6 team is used great. I do understand the criticisms of them being like a Scooby-Doo and like Mission Impossible gang in the previous film. I still think they were fine there, but I could understand that point. Here, I think they're used a bit more closer to their original, but also keeping in the way Spectre handled them as well. Again, a bit of a compromise, especially with Q being out in the field. I guess he got over that flying fear for Spectre. I'm struggling to speak because it's getting tired. It's a really great film. Absolutely. But title sequence is really great. I think it's a step up from the last one, maybe even Skyfall's. It blends Doctor No and Majesty's titles, but also in a really nice modern way, like with the dots and the shards of the past, which Spectre tried doing as well. I think this one works more effectively, and I think it's considering this is Craig's Majesty's, because in the books that came 11th in the book series. In the Connery Lazenby films, it's 6th. This is 5th, so this is definitely like the Majesties of the Craig era, as well as also the Unit Twice book, because that ends with Bond dying. He doesn't, but he does here, and they crib a lot from that book in this story, like the Japanese island and the poison garden. So they're cribbing a lot from that, which is good because that didn't make it into the original film. So it's definitely got that really great feel, and I think changing it to be Bond dying, I was a bit worried when it happened, like when I was hearing it as a possibility. But I do agree with Ollie, where it does work. I can understand people finding it a bit contrived and how it gets there, but emotionally, I can see the end point. So yeah, I suppose it works. If as the series is going to be rebooted again next time, I'm okay with it. And even Fleming wanted to kill Bond off twice, actually, including twice the second time, the other time from Russia of Love. So I think for the end of this particular era, it's fine to do it here, and then we're getting a new Bond in a few years' time for a new series of films, separate timeline to this and to the original timeline. So yeah, I think it's fine. And awesome performances throughout the whole film. Everybody is on top form. Absolutely stellar. Looks amazing. It was entirely worth the wait. I forgot to mention that Spectre was actually the first film I saw at the cinema. I got into the series around Skyfall time, but I missed that at the cinema. But by the time I saw Spectre, I saw the rest of them. But No Time to Die I actually saw 4 times at the cinema. Once with Ollie, and then about a month or so later on to see it again, second time, and then a third time the week after with my sister, and then one more time before it finished its cinema run and before it came to home to DVD and Blu-ray and 4K, etc. So I think this is the film I've seen at the cinema the most times. I've seen some films twice, but this is the only one I've seen 3 or more times, and every time it's been awesome. I mean, obviously the first time you're watching it, like you're experiencing the story for the first time, and also it was release day and we had waited nearly 6 years since the last one, so it was like the massive adrenaline, like super hyped to see it. But even the repeat viewing, they're going to see it again. Yeah, it was really great. Seeing it in the cinema the other 3 times, it was such a great film. And even if there's some faults with it, I don't care. I really don't care. Certainly, I think most of the criticism outside of the ending, because I could say understand that as a personal thing, but outside of that, most of the criticism I don't think are warranted. So, yeah, amazing. I don't think it's entirely perfect, which is why I rank it below the other 2 Craig films and Golden Eyes. But it is still really strong in my opinion. That's why it's my 4th favorite of the series. And so 3 of Craig's films are in my top 4. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and you can see why this film is the 3rd highest grossing film in the UK of all time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was the 4th of 2021, 2nd in English speaking countries because 2 and 3 were Chinese. Spider-Man was the highest, of course. I don't know if that's one of the highest it's been since Moonraker, because I think like Wikipedia, some years Wikipedia doesn't really know which film might actually be the highest grossing. And whenever a Bond film is a listing, it's usually one of a few, one of 2 or one of 3. So Russia, Goldfinger, not Thunderbolts, Found the Music won that one, Diamonds and Moonraker. So 4 of them could have been top highest grossing of their respective years, but there was some competition there. Wikipedia's not really sure. I think Skyfall was 2nd for 2012, 2nd or 3rd behind Avengers.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh.
The fact No Time to Die, despite all the constant delays, got to be the 4th highest grossing film of 2021, 2nd of the English speaking films, is a huge achievement. I'm very happy about that.
Also, yeah,
as well, when because
yeah.
I think all of them since the 90s have done very well. Some of the ones in the 70s and 80s, not so much.
Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah. I think Ollie is. Ollie's
I fully woke
gone
up.
to sleep. So
No, I'm still here.
You're awake. Okay.
Yeah. So, have you guys said your thoughts?
Yeah. I think we more or less covered it between us.
Okay. Let's wrap this up. Okay.
Yeah.
No
Do you want to
Time
say
to
anything
Die.
before we? There we go.
No Time to Die. Now, this is an interesting one, not least because it's the final Daniel Craig Bond movie, but because of the history to get to the destination, the journey to this film is almost worth making a film in itself.
I hope so.
The constant delays, the pushbacks, the many issues that it took to get to this point. They should still be very proud with the outcome and final film that we got. I personally really loved it. Yeah, I thought it was wonderful when I first saw it, and I saw it with you, Nick, and you can vouch for me on this.
I touched upon that, but I was going to leave it for when you spoke more about it.
Yeah, I mean, my initial kind of reaction when I was watching the film, and then when it came to the ending, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to feel about this, because obviously spoilers.
And I was watching you quite a bit as well.
Yeah, spoilers. We, as we know, Daniel Craig's James Bond actually dies at the end of this film. He meets his end by, well, he accidentally gets poisoned, and through this weird kind of explanation of nanobots, this virus called Heracles attaches itself to you, but it's done through DNA, and obviously it means he can't ever touch or hug his daughter again. And yes, he has a daughter as well, which is something new, or Madeline. So for that reason, he goes out in a blaze of glory. You could argue that, it's kind of contrived that they wrote the film in that way, but I still think it's pretty powerful and it has an impact, because how many times have we seen his Bond retire? I think it's brave of them to do that. And then when I started to realize that, I thought, okay, I'm kind of accepting this now, because they can literally just start again, and as they are going to have to do. So why not? Let's see what happens. And it is a scene that gets to me. I must admit, I thought I might as well start with the ending and get that out of the way. Craig is great in his last film. He is great. He is, yes, he's a bit older, but he's still fighting fit and gives a very emotional last performance. And the fact that they made his Bond a dad, and they gave him a daughter after all this time is lovely. And I love those final lines he has where Madeline says to him on the phone, "She does have your eyes," and he says, I know. Oh, it is it's very well done, very well played, and I think the film's ending is not going to work for everybody. But as for me, I was surprised how much it worked and how much it emotionally affected me, because I was never, I was never for Bond dying. I just didn't know if it was going to work. But for Daniel Craig's Bond, it actually does work, surprisingly. But as for the rest of the movie, the story is interesting, because obviously during the period of the making of this film and then trying to release the damn film, we had a global pandemic, which nobody wanted. So it was meant to release obviously in April 2020, and then was delayed until we finally got it September 2021 in the UK. So and the fact then the plot revolved around a virus was blissfully ironic. The film is long. It's the longest Bond film so far. It's like 2 hours 43 minutes. It's quite lengthy. I don't mind it so much. I think it moves along fine. But some people are going to find it too long. I like the character of Nomi. I think her sort of relationship with Bond is kind of funny. Especially how they're trying to... Well, she takes his number, his 007 number, after he has retired at the end of Spectre. But now, obviously, things have changed. He has to come back. And their kind of interplay is hilarious. And especially when they meet each other, when she takes the wig off and he says, "Oh, it's not the first thing I thought you'd take off." And all that kind of dialogue in Jamaica was funny. And then the fact that she gets to join him in the final battle is really nice too. And I think Lashana Lynch did a good job, despite what all the controversies were saying in the on the interweb. Everyone was saying, "Oh, she's the new James Bond." Well, no, she's not. She's just taking his number. Like, why are people who just love a good tabloid, love a good bit of fake news?
Or staring at the pot.
Oh, so sorry. And of course, the MI6 regulars are really good. We've got Ray Fiennes playing Mallory, or M, in this, and they're trying to mislead you into thinking he's a villain. Again, I know that was an idea that was meant to be for Spectre, but for No Time to Die, it kind of adds a bit more tension. And I like that scene when Bond confronts Mallory about his actions. So Mallory's not this angelic character, and I like that. He is someone who is flawed and might not always have the best judgment, even if he does the wrong thing for the right reasons. As you guys have said, we've also got Ana de Armas as Paloma, who is a hilarious character. She's one of my favorite characters in the film, and also, my God, is she sexy in that dress? She's a complete stunner. But I love that her Bond girl isn't just this kick-ass agent. She does have some character. She's a bit of a rookie, and she's not that experienced in the field, and she's had 3 weeks training, but my God, those 3 weeks were put to good use. Let's put it that way. There's a lot going on in No Time to Die, so you do have to pay attention and keep up with it. There's all this stuff about like in the Blofeld's birthday party, where initially it's a trap for Bond, but then the thing is reversed to kill all of Spectre, which some people may find anticlimactic, but I think it's an interesting idea, and I think it's kind of cool to see Safin. To see Safin kind of eventually get his revenge on Spectre. And Lucifer Safin is an interesting character. He's a very, I suppose, slightly divisive character in that a lot of people don't find him that impactful, and they don't think he's in the film enough. I can see where people are coming from. I still thought he gave Rami Malek gave a really good performance as this character, and he's certainly very creepy. Certainly his pursuit of Madeline, his infatuation of Madeline is very creepy. Yeah, he doesn't get a lot of screen time, but I thought what he did have was pretty good. I just would have liked maybe more of a final fight between him and Bond, but I still thought he was good for what he had. Oh, fuck. Excuse me. The score by Hans Zimmer is good. Not the best Bond score ever, but
It's really good.
decent enough. There
Would,
are a couple of themes
would you
that are
agree
kind of like,
Final Ascent is one of the best Bond tracks ever?
yeah, Final
Which one?
Ascent is
Oh,
sorry?
Yeah, Nick, would you agree Final Ascent is one of the best Bond tracks?
Probably. I'd probably have to listen to every single one to make a definitive decision, but I think it is definitely a contender for one of the best,
Oh, yeah.
and certainly one of the best for this one, at least. Along with every time that the Bond theme plays, that the dun 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 dun
Oh,
in
yeah.
both Italy and in Cuba, and also the version when he's in London. But I think, yeah, and also when the Majesties and We Have All the Time in the World themes play as well. But I suppose, yeah, and also the instrumental to the theme song in the home track and in Final Ascent. Yeah, I suppose. Actually, I have used Final Ascent in one of my films. I think at one point, I think it was in Diamonds for Whoever, and I used a home one in Lockdown episode of Earth Agents. Yes, it is really good. It is a really great track. So I think it probably is one of the best.
Yeah,
But to
it's
be
a very
honest,
powerful. It's a powerful track the way it.
But I think a lot of these tracks are really good, especially the two versions of the Bond theme in Italy and Cuba.
Yeah, and
Those
I also like
track
the
breaks are so good.
I like the gun barrel being at the start of the film. That also works quite well. It's
It's a
the
little
transition's
different,
slightly different, but I think it works. The opening scene, while it is a long sequence, was good. And sorry,
it's the longest.
Yes, yeah. Like I said, whilst it's a long scene, I think it works. And adding the sort of background context for Madeline and her mother and that whole backstory with Safin, even though they saw the scene in Spectre where she talks about a man coming to her house, they actually made a point of making that Safin again, slowly kind of connecting the films. Obviously, you've got Spectre, which loosely connected the other films together, so it's kind of nice that they followed through with No Time to Die. And I also really like some of the humor. Some of the humor is really funny in this movie. There's a lot of people that worked on the script, but one of my favorite moments is just when M goes, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" He just bursts out with that, which is quite funny.
Another scene I want to highlight real quick regarding that is when Nomi kills Obachev because he's being a racist. It's so satisfying, even though he only just starts doing that at that point for some reason. But it's still really cool.
That was a great moment. Yeah, Obachev, I'll talk about him in a sec. But that moment where he does die, where she says, "Do you know what time it is? Time to die," and she kicks him into the acid, which is really, really, that's satisfying. Obachev, he's a slime ball. He's a really nasty piece of work. played very well by David Densig. He's got a couple of random comedy moments as well. No, I like him very much, and the lair as well. Safin's lair is huge. It's what you would expect is a big old Bond lair set, and you get to see how they sort of manufacture Heracles and everything. And I think actually Léa Seydoux coming back for this was really good, and I think she does give a great performance as Madeline. I mean, I still liked her in Spectre, but I'm glad that we have No Time to Die, because at the beginning we get a further development of her and Bond's romance, which obviously had to be developed because of the end of this film, which is why the payoff is quite strong. And then obviously you've got little Mathilde, who is Madeline and Bond's daughter, who obviously she tries to play Bond and say, no, she's not yours, but obviously we know she is his. And then the final moments, as I said, when he dies, and she says to him, she does have your eyes, and it's just beautiful. I mean, she's only something like 5, I think, or 3. She's not that, she's very young.
It's supposed to be like 4 or 5, going by the dates in the film.
Yeah, but no, she's the sweetest little girl ever, and it's so great that in his last moments he has the little toy that she left behind. So he kept a piece of his daughter with him, and again, the callbacks to Majesties were interesting. The music calling back to that was very good, and all the time in the world.
As I was saying to Harry, this is the Majesties of this run.
Yeah, and the use of "We Have All the Time in the World" in the credits was a nice callback, and it was a nice.
I think
homage.
they should have used that. I think they should have used that in the credits for Majesties. So I think using it here was that was something that was like a long time coming.
That's fine. I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm going to try and speed this up because it's quite late. But
fair.
Yeah. The opening really good. Like I said, I mentioned the Madeline bit, but the actual action sequence where we see Bond and Madeline kind of happy for a bit, and then she says, "Oh, why don't you tell me about Vesper?" So we kind of go to Vesper's grave, which is interesting. Again, kind of bringing the whole Craig era full circle, and then Spectre blow up the grave, and then Blofeld sets this whole trap up to make him think that Madeline is betraying him, much like Vesper. But obviously that's not the case, but Bond just believes that and then throws her on the train, which is very sad, actually. That moment where...
now you say that does remind me of what we talked about earlier with Mathis. So does that mean Daniel Craig's Bond is, I don't want to say gullible, but he's like more likely to believe something at face value until otherwise proven?
He just, well, as said before, he has a lot of trust issues, and that partly comes from his job, but I think a lot of it just comes from himself. But fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
Pre-titles.
That's all right. Yeah, like that whole opening sequence is great, and the Gatling guns with the car is a highlight for me. That's a really great.
This
great
might be the best
right there.
That might be the best the Aston Martin DB5 has been used, and I loved how it was in Skyfall.
Yeah.
So,
what else was I going to...
Although it's interesting they brought back the Living Daylights one.
Yeah.
And that's now become Madeline's personal one.
Yeah, and then there's the stuff with Felix. I like Jeffrey Wright as Felix. It's nice to see him come back, and his death was a surprise. That was really tragic when he dies in the boat, and Bond has to say goodbye to him, which is a really sad moment right there. Logan Ash is an interesting character. Like Harry said, I like sort of the flip with his character being a twisted villain. He's probably, I guess you could say he's a henchman, really. But I thought he was one of the more interesting henchmen. I think Billy Magnuson brings a lot of personality to him. And his death is quite cold. I like that very much. And the action of No Time to Die is really good. It moves very well. I think Craig has done a great job for his age, and it really does show here that consistently he dedicated himself to the fitness side of the part. So credit where it's due on that front. and I love the emotional storytelling of this film where Bond and Madeline reconcile their relationship at the end, and he apologizes for throwing her on the train. And actually, on that train sequence, she tries to tell him she's pregnant. She puts her hand over her stomach, but the door gets in the way, so he doesn't see it. It's a brief moment, but it's so freaking heartbreaking, you know, because if only he'd have seen that, then he might have changed his mind and not thrown her on the train. But that's the story, I guess. But yeah, I mean, No Time to Die is, you know, it's a long movie. It's got a lot going on in the plots. It's very funny. It's probably the closest to a classic Bond film that Craig will ever have. But it also has the grounded emotional storytelling that the other 4 movies had, and I think the way it deals with the end of Spectre is good. And then Lucifer Safin and his plan. I think it's a really great wrap up to the Craig era, and you know, Daniel Craig has just been a wonderful Bond, and like I said before, the journey of his Bond is a real journey of humanization. You know, in Casino Royale, he loses Vesper and he goes very withdrawn, but as Harry said before, he learns to love again. And I think that No Time to Die is a great example of that. You know, if he'd have had a daughter back in Casino Royale, his attitude towards having a kid would have been so different. So, yeah, I really think Craig has really set the bar quite high, actually. He kind of reinvented this character a little bit and brought him into the 21st century. And yeah, I'm just so glad that I became a Bond fan because of Craig. No Time to Die, yeah, I mean, it may be slightly long in areas and it may be a little contrived in certain plot elements, but again, like we've said before, there's the suspension of disbelief thing that you can go with. It's a Bond movie. As for Safin's plan, you know, a lot of people criticize it, the sort of world domination aspect of it, but again, I don't mind it so much. I think it works fine. And there's a lot of stakes to the plot. Like when Bond goes back onto the island and he's trying to shut everything down and blow the place up. Yeah, that's really intense. And you know, trying to get out of there in like 5 minutes, yeah, is quite fun. And also the henchman Primo, I really like him. He doesn't say very much, but the bionic eye is a very clever idea, and the way that they use Blofeld in this movie, I think, is clever. In fact, Blofeld was able to kind of orchestrate his plan from a prison cell because he had an agent who had a bionic eye. Clever. And the scene with Bond and Blofeld is a great one. And I like how the power dynamic has sort of shifted, so that Bond is the one that's kind of, you know, laughing in his face because he's not tucked in the cell. Blofeld's death is very sudden. I must say it's very sudden. I didn't expect it. But it does work. And I think, yeah, again, this whole Heracles virus really adds a lot of attention. For me, it's a great movie, and I look forward to seeing where the series goes from here, especially with a reboot and a new actor, and also going to be playing First Light tomorrow. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. Mm-hmm. But yeah, as for the Daniel Craig era, it's clear that this was crafted to be a finale. For me, it's a 10 out of 10. Love this film. Really get a lot out of it, and even though it's the longest Bond film, it earns that runtime. I think it really does, and I think if Craig had done another one, maybe that would have been one too many. As much as I love him as Bond, I think there comes a time and a place where you have to be ruthless and say enough is enough, and I think he did that. I'm glad that the Spectre incident didn't. When I say Spectre incident, I mean the one where he said about slashing his wrists. I'm glad that that was taken out of context and it wasn't entirely true. Yeah, so he was fed up of people asking him questions about it, and he just wanted a break. So I'm glad that he had his break, and eventually we got No Time to Die, despite all of the issues with the pandemic and the delays and everything. It came together, and we got it. So, and seeing it with you, Nick, I will be forever grateful for that. You know, that was such a great day.
Oh, that's something to talk about in itself another time.
Yes,
but
as we've been going 4 hours, I think now's the time to call it a night. But thank you, lads. The last thing we'll do is we will just rank the movies in order of personal preference. So, Harry, do you want to go first?
Oh, yeah, of course. For me, No Time to Die, Spectre, Skyfall, Casino Royale, and Quantum of Solace.
Oh, is that from best to worst?
Yes.
Nice. And Nick?
Okay, I'm going worst to best actually because I prefer doing that because we're going from the weakest to the strongest. I find that better. So for me, my least favorite is Quantum of Solace, then Spectre, and then the next three are very close to each other actually because then it's No Time to Die, closely followed by Casino Royale, and then almost as closely followed by Skyfall. As they almost could. If we were like in the whole 25 film ranking, there's one in between those two, but none between Casino and No Time to Die, so almost as close. And then it's a bit bigger jump to Spectre, and then a slightly less bigger jump to like a smaller but not as small jump to Quantum. Which interestingly, as I mentioned to Harry, three of the Craig films are in my top 4 of the series.
Yeah, that's not bad. Out of a
Yeah,
5 film era, that's very good.
Yeah, the only other one is GoldenEye. From the other 20 films, the only other one in the top 4 is GoldenEye, and then Majesty's comes 5. So yeah, Craig's not my favorite Bond. I'd probably put him 4th overall, but 3 out of his 5 films are some of the best in my opinion. Even though one of them is my least favorite, but that's fair. To be honest, apart from Dalton and Lazenby, each of the other 3, one of theirs is like bottom 4 is comprised of one of each actor, aside from
that's
Dalton
fine.
and Lazenby. So
we can talk about the overall ranking another day.
Spectre.
But this was just about Craig. This was just about Craig's films.
But in perspective of the others, but yeah, and Spectre's also. I think it's a bit hated on a bit too much, but yeah, it's good. I think there's some stronger, including 3 of his others.
Right. So my ranking is at the bottom is Quantum of Solace, quite easily. Then it would be Spectre, even though I still really like it. Then No Time to Die. Then Casino Royale, and then Skyfall. So that's it.
We match on that.
Yes.
On the Craig rank.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sorry,
right.
Harry.
We're going to leave.
Did you say Casino Royale was your 3rd or 4th favorite of Craig's?
Yeah. I ranked Casino Royale at the number 4 on my Craig ranking. But thank you guys. I'm gonna go to bed now. But night. I'll see you soon.
Yeah. Good night. We need to end this now. So thank you guys for coming on board.
Bye.
And yes, we will see you next time for more hangouts. So I'm Paycheck's Perspective. That was Harry Thomas. This is Nick Payne. See you soon.
Goodbye.
Okay. Ending.